You don't want none, lady, of what I've got to share. I've got flesh between my teeth from living in a snare. The more I bite and struggle, oh, the less I'd like to care. That I once held a virtue with green eyes and auburn hair. That I once held a virtue with green eyes and auburn hair. And I'm long, long gone. Ain't a maiden here yonder ever need this kind of love. Ain't a maiden here yonder ever need my kind of love. You don't want none, lady, oh, take it from me. The charm that I give you is anything but free. It'll cost you years and many tears, and it's not yours to keep. I poison everything I touch like nothing else that breathes. I poison everything I touch like nothing else that breathes. And I'm long, long gone. Ain't a maiden here yonder ever need this kind of love. Ain't a maiden here yonder ever need my kind of love. And you don't want none, lady, oh, I can't be your man. I live deep in a holler between the holy and the damned. And the only thing that keeps the peace are the voices in my head. Lord, I pray that someday I'll find the time to wed. Lord, I pray that someday I'll find the time to wed. And I'm long, long gone. Ain't a maiden here yonder ever need this kind of love. Ain't a maiden here yonder ever need my kind of love.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. The last time I subbed, she disappeared for 3 months, yeah. Yeah. I do that sometimes. Okay. So I'm feeling a little, I'm feeling pretty low energy today. I wasn't really able to sleep much last night. Don't feel good today. I've only been up for a few hours. We have to talk about these files though. They are absolutely psychotic. Muted? Muted? Am I muted? Audio output. I don't think I'm muted. I sound sickly? Yeah, we'll see. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. So I'm just saving some stuff real quick. Thank you. Somebody sent me like 30 different particular emails. So I'm going through them right now. Hey, come on, baby. I love you so much, but come here. Oh, we can't do this right now. You're too big for this, okay? You're too big to be crawling on mommy while she's trying to work. Is your hair blue or is it the lighting? My hair is blue. Let me see if I can't change this lighting actually. How's that? Is that better? Yeah, I'm still talking about Charlie Epstein. Do we like this better when I do more of the yellow lighting instead of like the white-blue lighting? What are we thinking? Ooh, thank you. Oh, you did one a couple of minutes ago too. I appreciate that. So, there's a couple of different things going on. One, yes, Trump is in those emails quite a bit. And you guys have probably seen select ones all over. But there's a lot of people in those emails. Your mic is quiet. Can try talking a little bit louder. Why do you have to stream during D&D night? I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. So this is a big fucking mess. I mean, these emails are fucking ridiculous. Okay. So somebody sent me like 30 specific emails that they thought were particularly interesting or relevant or pertinent or damning. And I've seen news outlets cover ones that that person didn't send me. I don't know anything about Lawrence Krauss complaining about Rebecca Watson. That is new to me. What I'm finding is that I haven't seen one cohesive laying out of everything relevant in the files. And I think that that makes sense because we got them yesterday, right? And this is 23,000 emails. So it's going to take a little bit of time for people to go through them and to find everything. So things are going to be really scattered. All of your news outlets, all of your streamers, all of your influencers are going to be talking about various different parts of what is in these emails. Nobody's probably going to have all of it. Now, what I received was a lot of Epstein talking to other people, right? His connections to other powerful people. I know that Larry Summers is in there. I know that Chomsky is in there. I know that there's a lot of people referenced in there. Peter Thiel is in there. Several prime ministers, several heads of state are in there. That's pretty concerning, right? We've got a lot going on. There's multiple journalists in there too. I think for me, the thing that was the most surprising, maybe not the most concerning, all of it's pretty concerning, but the thing for me that was the most surprising was there were emails in there between Epstein and a New York Times journalist. Also, there were emails between him and two journalists, actually. But one of the journalists he was talking about, like, doing PR with, the other journalist was a New York Times journalist who was tipping him off about investigations that were going on, like, about him. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm pretty tired. I read through some of them last night. I've been reading through some of them today. It's kind of confusing. It's all kind of jumbled. But I've tried to make like a timeline for you guys. So I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of what exactly has happened here, okay? Yeah, everyone thinks my volume is low. I don't know how to change that. I don't know what to do. Let me see. Yeah, Steve Bannon being in there. Steve Bannon being in there and talking shit about some of the... I think Steve Bannon is in there and he's talking shit about some of the people in Trump's circle. That was interesting to see. Maybe if I talk closer to the microphone, does that help? Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, that helps? Okay. So basically, here is a timeline of what has happened. And I don't know how long I'm going to stream for today, guys, just because, like I said, like I really don't feel good. So here's a timeline of what has gone down. House Oversight Dems. All this came from the House Oversight Committee, right? So the Democrats on the Oversight Committee released 3 emails. Three very specific emails. And sorry, I have to update this. I tried to fuck around with Streamlabs and get a bot that would update my subs for me, and I thought I did the correct thing because I Googled it. And I went through all this different stuff to set it up, and then it just doesn't work. It doesn't do what I wanted it to. So I still have to manually update stuff. Professional streamer. professional streamer, doing it for 5 years, half a decade, professional streamer. So, yesterday, 6:30 in the morning, House Oversight Dems release these 3 emails via tweet. So, most of you will have seen these already, but in case you have not, cool, that just makes the background big and not the email itself. Love that. Very helpful, very cool. All right. From gmax at lmax.com. This is Ghislaine Maxwell. Also, all of these emails were really annoying because you have to read them from the bottom up. So at 2:25 p.m. on April 2nd of 2011, Epstein emails Ghislaine Maxwell, which this is crazy. I guess nobody was like texting all the time. I don't know why everyone is emailing all this shit. This to me is really crazy. I don't understand why these were not text messages. But he says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't... First of all, these emails are really hard to read because everyone in them types like a fucking moron. It's genuinely... You have to read from the bottom up. Sometimes they're out of order. And everyone types like an idiot. I want you to realize that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. I don't know what I'm 75% there means. But House Oversight Republicans went ahead and released the unredacted version that this is Virginia Giuffre. Virginia Giuffre. And then Ghislaine Maxwell says, I have been thinking about that, ... So a lot of right-wing people are posting this email and saying that it exonerates Trump. That's a very, very, very coping, very biased, very partisan reading of this email. I think it's pretty clear when he says, the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. When a dog is barking, what are they doing? They're alerting you to something, right? I think what he's saying is that Trump hasn't talked. So this was 2011. Okay, so he was first arrested in 2006, then he got the plea deal in 2008, so this is a few years later. This is also a few years before Trump is running. So I don't know what exactly is going on here. But I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Virginia spent hours with him at my house. He has never once been mentioned. This reads to me like 2011 was when some major stories broke about this. Okay, yeah. So he's saying he has never once been mentioned, and that is following he was there with her. So this to me reads like they're talking about nobody talking, essentially, right? That's how this reads to me. The dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Trump hasn't said anything. He was there, but he hasn't been mentioned, right? So, okay, Wilt Chamberlain. I was not old enough in 2011 to be paying attention or to know about any of this, But Wilt Chamberlain is saying 2011 was when some major stories broke about this. This is when Prince Andrew got a hold of Ghislaine Maxwell, freaking out, demanding people say he had nothing to do with it when asked. Okay, so that makes sense then, right? With that context in mind, that makes sense that he's saying Trump didn't talk and nobody mentioned him. This is later referred to in 2017 by Wolf. Okay, so Michael Wolff is another character. Thank you, Wilt Chamberlain. So Michael Wolff is another character. Essentially, Trump hasn't snitched yet. Trump hasn't snitched yet, and there's no reason he would have. He hasn't been brought up. No one knows he's involved, so he hasn't snitched yet. Yes, this really reads to me as, I think very clearly, a cover your ass email. Or like, our asses are covered, don't worry email. Anyway, so... yeah, Wilt Chamberlain references Wolf. Wolf is going to be Michael Wolff, who is a biographer of Trump, who Epstein is going to later have a decent amount of correspondence with. But that's a few years down the road, because currently, you know, when this email is taking place, this is again 2011. Okay. So that's the first email that they release. Here's the other one that they've attached. Oh, well, here's Michael Wolff. So this is from 2019. Victim, Mar-a-Lago, blanking something out. Trump said he asked me to resign. I was never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. So, at bare minimum, this is Epstein telling a biographer of Trump that Trump knew that sex trafficking was happening and he asked Ghislaine to stop doing it on his property. So Trump has been sitting on this information the whole time. At least Trump knew that this was happening, right? Wolff joked to Epstein in the 2000 email drop about his uncontested access while writing Fire and Fury. Yeah. Okay, so that's the second email they release. Here's the third email. Yeah, these people write like shit. It's really incredible. They put this shit out of order, which is really annoying to me, because that last email was also Michael Wolff. That was from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff in 2019. Now, the next one they put out is 4 years earlier, in 2015, from Michael Wolff to Epstein. And you see what I mean about this is so fucking annoying? Like, the first email is down here, and then this is the next one, and then this is the next one. Yeah, why use many words when few words work good? That's so true. So Michael Wolff emails Epstein and he says, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. And then Epstein says, if I were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? So this is 2015. This is before Trump is president, right? This is when he's running. So at this point, Epstein is asking, what should I tell? What do you think I should tell Donald Trump? And mind you, this is Trump's biographer, Michael Wolff, so he has access to Trump. He has immediate and intimate personal access to Trump. So this is Trump's biographer and Epstein workshopping whether Epstein should influence what Trump says to CNN about Trump's relationship with Epstein. The amount of control and power this man had behind the scenes is fucking incredible. It is outstanding. And this is a theme that you're going to see, because I'm going to read you through something close to 30 different select emails. Probably a little bit over. A theme that you're going to see over and over and over again is Jeffrey Epstein being in control of narratives and in control of situations and sort of puppeting things from behind the scenes, right? What do I tell this person to say? How should I direct this situation? Here, I can put you in connection with this powerful person. Here's what you're gonna do for me. I'll answer your question, but you need to arrange this for me. We see this over and over and over again when we go through these emails. Both Trump and Epstein's biographer, I think at the very least, Wolf had a lot of conversations with Epstein. If I am correct, Michael Wolff is who wrote Fire and Fury, in which I think he talked to Epstein for like dozens and dozens and dozens of hours. And that was, so when Michael Wolff first talked about this, that was when I think we first got a lot of information about like Jeffrey Epstein saying that him and Trump were like really close, almost best friends at one point. This was a few months ago. So Epstein says, hey, if I'm going to tell Trump what to say to CNN about our relationship, what do you think I should say? Michael Wolff says, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or, if it really looks like he could win, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that, when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. This email is fucking insane. This email is crazy. So, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about exactly what this means. Because, you know, in these emails, another theme that you'll see is like they're a lot more direct and they don't really use the coded language that all these QAnon freaks thought was happening in Democrat emails. They're much more straightforward. But that doesn't mean that they sit there and they go, I am a pedophile, Trump is a pedophile, I am trying to use blackmail to control, like, because nobody fucking talks that way, right? So let me make sure that we're all on the same page about exactly what this email means, okay? I think you should let him hang himself. So, the entire thing that Epstein did, Epstein had two things that he was interested in. One, raping little girls. Two, having leverage and power over powerful people. So this is an example of the latter. You should let him hang himself because what they think is going to happen is they think Trump is going to distance himself from Epstein when asked about this. Now, when Trump says that, this puts Epstein in a position of great power. And he breaks it down that no matter what happens, if Trump distances himself from Epstein, this gives Epstein the upper hand, right? No matter what. So you can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. This is contrasted with, or if it looks like he could win. So right now, they don't think Trump can win. I don't think that. And what they're saying is, if he says he doesn't know you, this could be a positive benefit for you because you can dangle it over his head. And you can keep that as blackmail over him, right? So that he never fucking speaks, or he continues to do things for you, right? So extortion, essentially. Then he goes on to say, or if it does look like he could win, what you can do is you can back him up and you can say, hey, he never was there. He's telling the truth. He never came to my island. In which case, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it's possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. So this right here confirms everything and every time anyone has ever said that if Epstein were alive today, he would go the right-wing, anti-wokeness, red pill route. This email is like the smoking gun for confirming that. He's a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. They already knew. This is them planning, right? If Trump's going to win and he says great things about you, all you have to do is pivot and go, I'm a victim of political correctness, and get red pilled. Now, him saying it's possible, when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal. This also implies Jeffrey's not a great guy and he has not gotten a raw deal. Right? Because otherwise, the way that this is phrased is that a story will be concocted. The way that this is written and the way that this is phrased basically outright admits that it's not true. It's not true you're a great guy. It's not true you got a raw deal. And it's not true that you're a victim of political correctness. But maybe he'll say that. Maybe that's the route he'll go. This implies it's not true. And the reason I'm breaking this down, and I'm having to say all of this, is because I have already seen all of the idiots on Twitter.com trying to spin the story. Right? Using baseline surface analysis, not even analysis, just seeing it and going, oh, that means Jeffrey's a great guy and he got a raw deal. No, we have to actually think about this a little bit, right? And I know all of you are capable of thinking about this, but sometimes it can be hard to explain to other people, and there probably are some chuds in chat, or some chuds that will watch this at some point. This is bad. This email's really fucking bad. It's really insane that this was written. Yeah, it did work for Russell Brand. It did. Worked for the Tate brothers, worked for Russell Brand. I've seen it work for quite a few people. It's actually kind of the stock action tree at this point. So Oversight Dems released these emails, and that's fucking insane. Just for historical context, this was before the 2016 presidential primary. Yeah, so that's what I was telling. That's what I made a point to say at the beginning when we first started reading this. This was 2015. So what ends up happening is that CNN never asks. With this particular interview that they were talking about, CNN never ends up asking Trump about his connection to Epstein. So House Oversight Dems released these emails. So then okay, we'll get to this in a second. House Oversight Dems respond. This is all they've been fucking talking about. House Oversight Dems respond. I'm sorry, House Oversight Republicans respond. And they are just as tactful and kind and honest as you would expect them to be. They say, why did Democrats cover up the name when Epstein didn't redact it in the redacted documents provided to the committee? It's because this victim, Virginia Giuffre, publicly said she never witnessed wrongdoing by President Trump. Democrats are trying to create a fake narrative to slander President Trump. Shame on them. So essentially what happens is the House Oversight Dems release these 3 emails. House Oversight Republicans get pissed off. They say this. And then they decide to release 23,000 emails at once. all of the 23,000 emails. So they subpoenaed Epstein's estate, and they received 23,000 emails. Nobody has had time to go through these. Nobody has had time to look at them. And House Dems, Oversight Dems, put out a few, right? Most likely what they wanted to do was go through them, put a bunch, put some out here, put some out there, make it manageable, make it digestible, put out the stuff that's like really relevant and pertinent to Trump. That's probably what they were going to do. If we're being very honest here, they were probably only going to put out the stuff that's relevant to Trump. They probably weren't going to put out anything that was related to all of the other really powerful people, right? So Oversight Republicans go, okay, fuck you, and they release all 23,000 at once. Now, what does this do? This creates chaos. This creates chaos. This creates a bunch of different stories. This makes it really hard to focus on any one thing. And it makes it so you can have a bunch of stories at once, which diverts people's attention and allows you to create chaos in the situation. I think that that's what they were hoping would happen. And to some degree, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, it has become very chaotic. That said, Wilt Chamberlain, I went through about 80% of it. It's not that many emails, but raw documents in PDF form, basically. The long emails with headers, meta tags, shit like that, mostly unstructured. Okay, yeah. Anyway, it's 23,000 files. I don't know if it's 23,000 emails. Wilt Chamberlain is saying it's not. It's a lot of information. Regardless, it is a lot of information to go through. I clicked on the files myself earlier, and it took me to a Google Drive, and I didn't have the time or the ability to sort through it, and also my Google Drive is almost all the way filled, and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to even load any of this stuff. Whatever. It's a lot of documents. I didn't go through it. But I did see that they have broken it up in kind of a weird and confusing way as well. So then they release all the files, and now Democrats correctly point out that they're doing this to disorient people, they're doing this to confuse people, they're doing this to create chaos, and the GOP, the oversight Republicans say that means they don't care about the victims, it's all hypocrisy for political gain. Okay. Well, no, they're correct. You're creating chaos. It's very, like you said, unstructured, very disorganized. Obviously, you're creating chaos. Also, they just out that it was Virginia Giuffre. So then we're seeing a lot of stuff like this. The Democrats just proved through their own release that Russiagate was 100% a hoax. They didn't even read the emails first. That's absolutely not true. There's an email that talks about this. But, of course, they're not going to show you. These guys are not going to show you that email. Jeffrey Epstein said in emails that he had been advising the Russian government on how to deal with Donald Trump, one of several cases in which he wielded his connections to try and influence foreign affairs. The Dems just proved through their own release that Russiagate was a hoax. No, that doesn't mean that at all. That's not even close to what that means. A lot of people, like 34 people, went to prison for Russiagate. Russiagate was real. Just because one guy was talking with access to Trump, was talking to some Russian people about, hey, I could maybe get you access to Trump, that doesn't mean that all of Russiagate didn't happen. There's no connection between these two things. There's absolutely no connection there. This doesn't mean anything, right? Jack Posobiec is just saying stuff. This honestly kind of reminds me of the home math thing the other day, right? Where it's like, it's kind of hard to even respond because this isn't an argument. This is a nothing statement that doesn't mean anything. There's not a real claim being made. There's nothing to kind of, these things are not related, right? You're going to be seeing a lot of this. You're going to be seeing a lot of like just making a claim that doesn't mean anything. Of a lot of loaded statements that mean absolutely nothing. Yeah, they're trying really hard right now. It has been very, very interesting, sad, but not altogether unsurprising to see the spin. Most Dems at this point would happily chuck Clinton in the trash. Yeah, that's true. They're talking a lot about the shutdown as well. Which, by the way, the shutdown is over. Oh yeah, and then Fascist Barbie had this to say.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us.
So let's talk for a second about Virginia Giuffre. She was a Trump supporter. These emails do not prove that Trump did nothing wrong. They implicate Trump. They actually, the full release makes him seem a lot worse, actually, and we'll get, you guys will see that when we go through them here in a little bit. She's 28 and married to a 6-year-old, by the way. A 60-year-old, yes. Yes, yeah, what is her fucking name? I'm sorry. Carolyn Levitt. Carolyn Levitt is a gold digger, who married a man for, probably money, probably property. She is 28. She is married to a 60-year-old man. I'm going to go ahead and say with full confidence that she does not love him. This is not a real relationship. She is a gold digger. And I feel really comfortable saying that because all this woman does is lie. All this woman does is lie. All day long. Like I said yesterday, pulling an Anna Nicole Smith. So true. Except Anna Nicole Smith was a good person. So, Caitlyn, whatever, always lying, terrible ratings. Yeah. Yeah, we love and support Anna Nicole Smith. We hate Carolyn Levitt. One is a good person, one is not. It has nothing to do with the gold digging. Listen, I can respect the hustle. It's the fascism I object to. Yeah, like exactly what I just said. It has nothing to do with the gold digging. It has everything to do with who she is as a person. So, Virginia Giuffre is a Trump supporter. And I'm going to say something that I think people might have a problem with, and that's okay. I have full and complete sympathy and respect for what Virginia Giuffre went through. Okay? she was victimized at a very young age over and over and over again. What those people did to her was unacceptable, and I know that the damage that she suffered was immeasurable. I know that what she went through was disgusting and unspeakable. And I know that that's probably the biggest reason why she killed herself. So Virginia killed herself last year. And her biographer talks a lot about how she was a big Trump supporter. And the reason why she was a Trump supporter was because she was fooled by and bought into Trump's rhetoric about releasing the files. Now, she has stated that Trump was only ever kind to her and that she never saw him do anything wrong. Okay, that's probably true. Because if she saw him do something wrong, why would she believe him when he said he was going to release the files? She wouldn't. Much like the other Epstein victims who did see him do something wrong and who were victimized by him, who do not believe that he will ever release the files. Right? If she was in their position, if she had been victimized by Trump the way they had, she would not believe that. So I do believe Virginia Giuffre was telling the truth when she said she never saw anything. That said, I don't care that she said that, and it does not matter to me, and it means nothing to me that she said that. And that's not to disrespect her memory, and that's not to disrespect her, but there are plenty of women who are friends with a guy who's a fucking rapist who didn't get raped by their friend who's the rapist, and they don't know anything about it. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of my boyfriend would never, oh wait, there's video evidence of your boyfriend doing that. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of men who will tell you he's a great guy. He would never do anything wrong. He's my best buddy. Okay, well, 14 women say otherwise. Also, he texted one of them apologizing for doing it. There's a whole lot of that. So, not to disrespect Virginia Giuffre, but what she said means nothing and I don't care. I'm sorry. That's just not how anything works. I'm really glad that he did not victimize her. I'm glad that there's one less person that victimized her. But it doesn't mean anything, and they kind of put her name out there for no reason. I think this was pretty mean-spirited, pretty cynical and pretty mean-spirited by the GOP. But what's fucking new? Mean-spirited and cynical are the least of their crimes at this point, right? So this is where we were at. Juanita Broderick was almost certainly raped by Bill Clinton, yet her support of Trump didn't make it so Trump wasn't a rapist. Yeah. Had that situation, I trusted the dude, turns out he was a creep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So all these files, all these emails get released yesterday. Also yesterday, the Trump admin called an emergency meeting. Called an emergency meeting in the Situation Room. The fucking Situation Room. Like it's 9/11. Like they're killing bin Laden. Like there's an incoming ICBM. And they call in Lauren Boebert. Okay? Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace are 2 of 4 Republican women who have decided that they are going to vote in the House to release, that they want the files fully released. Okay? So, as you guys know, this is 9/11 for pedophiles. Yeah, this is 9/11 for pedophiles that live in Washington, D.C. So, as you guys know, there was a vote to release all of these files that was in the House, and the reason why Adelita Grovalva was not sworn in the whole time the shutdown happened was because she was going to be the final signature needed for this motion to pass the House. Okay? Now, it's got to go to the Senate. Senate's got to vote on it. Then it's got to go to Trump. Trump's going to veto it. Honestly, Trump vetoing it would be the funniest, would be like, I mean, it would be horrible, obviously, but it would be funny in like a really fucked up, like, you could not be more guilty sort of way. And so what I think is going to end up happening is, I think it'll get through the Senate. I think Trump will veto it. Or what will happen is it'll look like it has enough support in the Senate, and then they will pressure enough senators that it'll fall through. Then they'll say some shit like, oh, it wasn't done correctly, it doesn't protect the interest of victims, blah, blah, blah. That's what they'll say. Or it'll be like, they'll either say, oh, it doesn't protect the victims, or they'll be like, oh, it was attached to another bill with like a you have to kick puppies to death amendment, or we arrest you. Or they'll say, oh, it wasn't procedural in some way. They'll come up with some bullshit excuse, and it'll maybe die in the Senate. That's what I think is gonna happen. That said, they pulled Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room last night. For the love of God, how could you look more guilty? How could you look more guilty that these 23,000 files are released, all of these emails are released, and you have to pull you have to pull House members into the Situation Room, very cash, not a big deal, not worried about it, just pulling people into the Situation Room, no big deal, just to talk. We just want to hear people out, you know? The administration just wants communication and transparency. My dog, could you be more guilty? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah, they pulled her in for a special screening of Beetlejuice. So true. So true. So, Boebert and Mace are two of the 4 Republican women that voted to go ahead and release these files. And initially, Mike Johnson said he wasn't going to do it. He was going to be opposed to it. So now he's saying that, fine, we have all the signatures. He's going to bring it to a vote next week. So they couldn't get a hold of, Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, confirmed that the meeting had taken place, calling it an example of transparency and how administration officials are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns. Girl, please. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not 4, it's 3 Republican women in the House. Who is the other one? That's crazy. Why don't you eat shit and die? Yay. Isn't it so cool? And I've probably said this 10,000 times on this stream. Isn't it so cool how if you want to get pertinent, non-biased, or left-leaning coverage or information about something, you have to pay, and you're stopped by paywalls everywhere you go. But if you want to read the most batshit, bigoted, insane right-wing slop you've ever seen in your entire fucking life, it's all free. No paywalls, of course. I just think that's really cool for communication, the state of discourse, people being informed, and the state of our democracy. I think it's really good and really cool. I'm gonna kill myself. Just kidding. Let's see who the other one is. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, I should have guessed that, actually. Legacy Media needs to start selling supplements. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Legacy media outlets need to open their own OnlyFans. They all need to run an office OnlyFans. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, so the three Republican women that we have are Marjorie Taylor Greene, which you should not be surprised by because she has jumped the MAGA train and she's going the America First route. Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace. Now, you should not be surprised by Nancy Mace. And the reason why you should not be surprised by Nancy Mace being on this thing is that Nancy Mace is a TERF. Nancy Mace is like, I'm not even gonna read that comment out loud. That's fucking disgusting. That's so gross. So Nancy Mace has been very open about the fact that she has been sexually assaulted. Nancy Mace has been raped. And she has a, she has a history, sensitive history with this. That's why a little while ago, a couple months ago, maybe even a month ago, we saw footage of her pissed off. Remember when they pulled that stunt with the files and they gave them to all those influencers and they said they were going to release them and then they didn't fucking release anything? There was a video of her leaving the White House, or her leaving somewhere in DC, borderline in tears, furious, telling reporters to fuck off and that she didn't want to talk about it. Storming out, yeah. And I think, as leftists, as people with a conscience, as actual human beings, I think we can all understand that's really fucking tough. Put her politics aside. This is really hard. That's really, really fucking hard. The one thing she seems to be serious about is that she's a sexual assault survivor. Yes. So for her, this is very real. And I think that requires empathy and sympathy, and it's really genuinely horrible. So I believe she will not cave on this. Now, the rest of her politics, we can talk shit all day long, right? This, I think, deserves some respect. So they call Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room. Lauren Boebert goes out to reporters. She says, I wasn't pressured. We had a good conversation. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that they would pressure her immediately. I don't think they would go aggressive on her immediately. I don't think that's the route they would take. They tried to call Nancy Mace. So let's see. Trump reached out by phone to Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina, another of the Republicans who have signed the petition, according to a person familiar with the call, but the two did not connect. Instead, Miss Mace, who is running for governor, wrote Mr. Trump a long explanation of her own history of sexual abuse and rape and why it is impossible for her to change positions, according to a person familiar with her actions. In a social media post, she wrote that the Epstein petition is deeply personal. So Nancy Mace refused to take Donald Trump's phone call. That's pretty big. That says something. I don't think she'll flip. I don't think that they'll get her to back down off of this. She refused to take the president's phone call. I think the three of them have had something happen to them and they felt it again when they saw whatever they saw. It's very possible. Re-experiencing that produced empathy with the victim of Trump in these cases. That's very possible. Yeah. So this is really interesting. Also worth noting, Johnson scheduled the vote for early next week. He didn't have to do that. He could have drawn things out. That's true. That's true. I think that a number of people I have to believe that a number of people see the writing on the wall and don't want to go all the way down with the ship. That's the vibe I'm catching. I have to go. It was nice catching the stream. Bye, Joker. Phoenix, I have to go to work, watch a vid later. Okay. Have a good time at work. Bye. I'm thinking honestly that they would just rather deal with Vance. Maybe. Will this take Trump down, or will the whole Epstein situation be the latest if nothing ever happens? I think nothing ever happens. I don't think this will do anything to Trump. Unfortunately. I think that this will make him lose a lot of support, and I do worry that this will funnel a lot of people into this weird Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, somehow more racist America First space. And we'll see, I'll show you guys some parts of the interview that Trump did recently with Laura Ingraham that really pissed a lot of people off. That happened the day before this broke. So Trump is definitely in hot water with a lot of former supporters. I think he's going to lose a lot of support. I don't think he'll be removed from office. I don't think he'll be impeached. I don't think that there'll be a coup. I don't think anything like that will happen. Because we're still seeing, think about it. After all this was released, we saw Nancy Mace start saying, we saw Nancy Mace online saying that he didn't do it. Nancy Mace, the lady who is I wouldn't take your phone call. I have to go forward with allowing this stuff to be released. She's on Twitter saying he didn't do it, right? The fucking oversight committee Republicans are up and down the timeline talking about how nothing happened, he didn't do anything, there are no implications, Dems just want to play politics. Laura Loomer is all over the timeline, and a lot of, some of these influencers are all over the timeline whenever someone is hey, looks like he's a pedophile, all over the timeline being well, Muslims, their prophet's pedophile, so fuck you, die. That's already been the response. So no, I don't think that there are enough people, enough powerful people that are going to do something about this. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people are implicated in this. Heads of state, prime ministers, Peter Thiel, very rich, very powerful people, right? So if we actually want to get into the files, and if we actually want to put consequences on Trump, that means that there would be consequences for other people. It would be a domino effect. And I don't think that they're going to allow that to happen. Because you have to understand, this is so much bigger than Trump. Also, he's just so entrenched and so powerful at this point. He is the Republican Party at this point, that I think nothing matters. I think that they crossed the Rubicon a long time ago, and they decided that it didn't matter. I think a lot of the people who are powerful and who are in charge have known he's a pedophile for a while. Known he's a rapist for a while. So, look at this. After they pull Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, Ms. Boebert thanked White House officials on social media for meeting with her and wrote that, "Together, we remain committed to ensuring transparency for the American people." But she did not remove her name from the petition. For months, Ms. Boebert has been the target of an unrelenting pressure campaign from the White House to remove her name. White House officials have asked her and her staff members what it would take for her to change positions. When that did not work, they issued vague threats, reminding her of the risks of crossing Mr. Trump in her district where he remained popular. But the hardball tactics did not have their desired effect. Instead, people familiar with Ms. Boebert's thinking said that it caused her to dig in and more seriously entertain the possibility of a real conspiracy at play to cover up what is in the Epstein files. See, this was a mistake with Boebert because now Boebert is not an out and about America firster, but she does have those tendencies. So I think that trying to play it this way with her was a really big mistake on the part of the White House. Mr. Trump's allies in Congress have also sought to thwart a vote on releasing the material, in part by opening their own investigation. Their own investigation in the House Oversight Committee into Mr. Epstein. They have argued that no legislation is needed to force the administration to cooperate since they are already looking into the matter. But that strategy, too, has failed to quiet the calls for greater transparency. Yeah, they said, don't worry, guys. We're investigating ourselves. You guys don't need to do it. We're investigating you for investigating us because we're already investigating us. So what do you think about that? Which, I mean, perfect strategy, guys. Really good stuff. Definitely really meeting the moment and understanding the tone of where everyone is at with their trust in government and their feelings of disillusionment towards power and authority. Really, really cool, smart, good stuff. The one good thing about fascists is that they are incompetent. It is an actual clown show over there. And when we say it's a clown show over there, we mean shit like this. Oh yeah, so then Trump gets really mad. In a social media post, Trump claimed the renewed focus on what he called the Epstein hoax was a tactic by Democrats to deflect blame for causing the government shutdown. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap, Mr. Trump wrote. Something that's really cool about Donald Trump is that he is so arrogant and so aggressive that when the tide starts to turn for him, he will dig in and he will blame everyone else and he will upset and alienate his supporters. Now, there's literally an email from Epstein saying that about Trump. Wow. Oh yeah, so when they asked Carolyn Levitt about what was said in the Situation Room with Lauren Boebert, she said she would not comment on conversations held in the Situation Room, normally a space reserved for handling high-level crisis and military operations. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny to be like, everything's cool, everything's cash, it's just a little chit-chat between gal pals. You know, just because we just really value communication and transparency. That said, I can't talk about anything that happens in there because it is of the utmost secrecy and security and importance. Like, okay, whatever, girl, bye. Whatever. They're calling it the most transparent administration that this White House has ever seen. And if you don't believe that, only a very stupid person would not believe that. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. We only have 2 subs, which, not great. But I've also been very low energy. Also, we haven't been doing anything fun. I really don't feel good, guys. We've already gone an hour, though. I guess we went like 45 minutes. I'm going to show you guys what is in some of these files. And then I might go over... We might do like a little diagram, because I really want to emphasize this. Ooh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I might go over... Wow, what are the words? Sorry, I'm really tired. I might go over a little web. We might do a little web of who Epstein is connected to and how. Okay, I kind of want to lay it out for you guys just a little bit. We'll see how I feel. Man, to think, I slept for like 12 hours, and I didn't get up until like 1, and it's 6:40. I'm ready to go back to sleep. I've been sleeping for like 12 hours recently. I've been doing like 12-hour sleeps. I don't know what's wrong with me. I was exhausted. Maybe I'm sick or something. I don't know. The past few days. We'll see. It's been interesting watching the pundits and Twitter accounts on this. Anna Kasparian Crickets, notorious pedo hunter, self-proclaimed shoe on head, radio silence. Oh, shoe on head will never, ever, ever talk about real pedophilia. Never. Shoe on Head will only ever gesture at, like, corporations or liberal people, and she'll take a weird, dumb thing that happens and use it to be like, see, that's evidence of pedophilia, when it doesn't make any fucking sense. Or she'll just ramble on and on and on about, I don't know, being fucking racist. I've never seen her once ever talk about real pedophilia. So, nope. You're gonna have, and it's super funny because, like, obviously Libs of TikTok is not gonna, it's like a meme at this point whenever there's, like, some sort of real pedophilia or pedophilia that's connected to anyone even slightly conservative, for people to be like, so what's up, Libs of TikTok? I wish I could do that, but she has me blocked. She had me blocked for like 2 years now. Oh, do you guys want to see me fighting with Michael Tracy? Speaking of dumb people on the internet who are not going to be normal about this. The Chomsky emails between him and Epstein are crazy. Dudes were writing essays to each other. Can you link me that? Because I know that I saw that he was mentioned in there, but the person who, all of the ones that I have saved don't have anything about Chomsky. I do know that he was in there though. So if you could link me and we could read those, that would be interesting. Okay, so I got into a little bit of a spat with Michael Tracy this morning. 2 hours ago, which I guess was morning for me. Wait, Libs of TikTok is falling off. She gets ratioed constantly now. People are sick of her. Nice. Very nice. So one of the emails is not great. It says, would you like photos? And this is to, this is so funny. That's so fucking funny. Here, I'll show you that in a second. This is from Epstein to, I believe, a New York Times reporter who was warning Epstein about a cop looking into him, by the way. Absolutely fucking insane. Yeah? Mr. Baby? Oh my goodness. What's up, Mr. Baby? Hi. Yeah? Come here. You wanna come up here? Ooh, hello. What's wrong? What's up? I guess he just needs attention right now. Hey. I love him so much. Yeah, a baby. Oh, come here. We're gonna sit right here, okay? So this is an email saying, would you like to see a photo of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Now, why would Epstein be asking? Hold on, we'll get to this in a second. So someone tweets this and they say, what did I say? You're correcting yourself. Okay. Was that good? Is that all you needed? You just need to be pet for a minute? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, the New York Times knew. Yeah, so this is an email to a New York Times reporter in 2015. The same reporter who I believe tipped him off about him being investigated. So Epstein says, hey, would you like to see photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? And this guy tweets it. He says, there's no coming back from this. Which, like, there's not. And this guy goes, you can't see because my head's in the way. Here, I'll roll it up. What law is this breaking? And he goes, you do realize this is Jeffrey Epstein, right? Which is so fucking funny because this is the first time I'm actually reading this. I didn't actually click through all the way. I didn't need to, right? So I didn't see any of the comments. This is like the shortened version of the interaction that I have with Michael Tracy. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. First time chat about Epstein. If you truly wish to throw up and discuss, read Judge Mara's February 2019 opinion and order. More disgusting, this document has been out for 6 years and zero coverage. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Hold on, we have a kitty incoming. There we go. Good boy. Thank you for letting mommy know. I'll find a link for you, not easy to find. Okay, thank you. Great. So, Michael Tracy quote tweets this, there is no coming back from this, which, again, this is correct. Michael Tracy quote tweets it and he says, "It's so over for Donald Trump now that we've learned he enjoys being around women in bikinis." So I say, girls, Michael, girls, not adult women. Why did you change that word? And Michael Tracy responds to me and he says, by the way, other people were asking him this. Someone who had like 400 likes on their tweet when his only had like 100 still. Hey, get down, don't do that. I hate when you guys do that. You're gonna rip that panel out of the ceiling and then mommy's gonna have to pay for it. I don't even know what it is. And you know what? That means spiders are gonna come in here. And there's too many spiders already. They're trying to tear a fucking panel off the ceiling. Because I think I've told you guys, right? My desk has a little cubby that is held up on, it has these like slats and it holds up a little cubby above. They get on the cubby and they sit at the top and then they try to pull this panel off from the ceiling. And they get it. And I'm like, guys, please stop. I don't know what's up there. I have to pay for it. I do know what's up there. It's bugs. So, how many spiders is too many spiders? One. I don't want any spiders in here. So, Michael Tracy responds to me. He doesn't respond to anyone else, mind you. So, like, Damien Toel, who, I should follow him back. I see him post good stuff. Honey, you don't need to do all that. Okay? Please don't knock stuff off while mommy's streaming, okay? Mommy's working right now. Thank you. So, this had like 400 something likes when Michael first posted this, like an hour after he posted it, and tweet had like 100 likes, so he was getting like 3 times over ratioed on this, 4 times over ratioed, and Michael decided not to respond to him. And now, mind you, this guy is a lawyer who's written a bunch of publications, who does have a little bit of, he has a following. Michael decided to respond to me. And I bet you Michael decided to respond to me because he saw that I look like this and that I am a feminist and a sex worker. I almost guarantee you Michael thought that if he responded to me, I would be too stupid, or I wouldn't know, I wouldn't have the clout, or I wouldn't be able to formulate a proper response. Now, Michael did say something very funny. He says, so I say, why did you change that word? And he goes, because as I'm sure you know but are pretending not to, the word girls is commonly used to refer to adult women in colloquial everyday speech. I think Michael thought he was going to get a gotcha with me. So then he links to New York Magazine saying it must be nice to be a West Village girl. Now, do we refer to women in their 20s as girls with some frequency? Yes, we do. So I say, Michael, while I appreciate that you think I'm smart enough to realize and am obfuscating instead, it's legitimately a nice change from how many men speak to me on this website. I should think that you are also smart enough to realize the context of this being Jeffrey Epstein, a man trafficking in minor girls. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you doing, Michael Tracy? Why are you doing this? And you know what I really think it comes down to? Contrarian brain rot. It's contrarian brain rot. That's all it is. Someone was talking to me about this, and they were like, didn't he used to be a shit lib? And I'm like, he used to be everything. I have never seen a coherent worldview from Michael Tracy, because I don't think Michael Tracy has one. I think he suffers from destiny syndrome, where he just takes the oppositional stance to what everyone else is saying. And I don't know if it's for attention, or if he legitimately just suffers from this kind of brain rot. But now we're here with defending Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, trying to say that they're not into little girls. Okay. Earlier, I saw, and of course they're in the comments trying to fight with me too. Earlier, I saw someone calling into Dean Withers' show. You guys know Dean Withers, the little lib influencer kid? The one who cried with the Charlie Kirk thing, because he was like, I have empathy for their family, and my friend was there, and my friend saw him get shot, and everybody was dunking on him because he was being a little bit silly. I saw someone call into Dean Withers and was basically like, can you make an argument? Let me see if I can find this actually. I have to go through my Twitter likes, so you guys don't get to see the screen, because you don't need to see what I'm liking. It's nothing bad. It's just a bunch of horny shit. And racist shit. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's just a bunch of horny shit. We're pro-pedophilia now. Deal with it, libtard. It's so good. Okay, here it is. Yeah, somebody linked it to me.
Yeah, I need.
Are you asking me?
Okay. So, Dean Withers has this thing where I'm fairly certain this is TikTok. This is actually kind of a big thing. I recently found out that people do debates live on TikTok. Maybe I should start doing that. Any Son and Rad edits? I've liked a couple of Son and Rad edits where it's people making fun of Nazis, and it's the like really, really overweight Nazi in the scooter chair, and it has the fash wave editing, and there's the Son and Rad and the McDonald's in the background. Like, I think that one's pretty good. Where he's like 400 pounds on the motor scooter and he has the bandana with the skeleton on the face. That's really good. The Mamdani Son and Red edits were so fucking... I don't even want to know. I don't want to see that. I don't want to know. I truly do not need to know that that's a thing. Okay. So, Dean Withers, big time liberal. He's got 1.2 million on TikTok, I think. He's huge here on Twitter. You probably see him ratioing the fuck out of people on Twitter all the time. So these people do these like TikTok, these live TikTok debates, which maybe I should get into. But somebody calls in, and I want you guys to understand where we're at right now.
Are you asking me why it's wrong to rape children?
Yeah, I need you to tell me why it is wrong in your eyes
To rape children.
to do that. Yes. Do you need me to repeat it? Can you not hear me? Do you have too many cocks in your ears, or what's up? Why is it wrong? Is that too hard of a question? You can mute me with the background noise if you want. I'm ready to hear your answer.
It's happening.
You just made 10 million Dean Withers. We are all Dean Withers. When he just goes... like, yeah, baby boy. I feel you on that one.
It's actually happening.
That pearl clutching is so beta. Why don't you actually answer the question?
It's actually happening. He's calling me a pearl clutcher for saying that child rape is wrong.
No, because I asked the question. Why are you?
I didn't think this one would happen. You know, we see it often. They'll say that something's wrong, and then Trump will do it.
Says, hear this crazy
And then they'll
guy
defend
out.
it. Did that with J6. Did that with the J6 pardons. Did that with the Medicaid cuts. Did that with the SNAP cuts. Just didn't think they'd do it with child rape.
Obfuscating. Let's just get to the fucking point, bro.
I just didn't think they'd do it with child rape.
So, Dean is a good debater. Dean is correct about a number of things. Dean is very naive. He's very young. He's very naive. I knew they would do this with child rape. And I think a lot of us knew that they would do this with child rape. It's a cult for a lot of these people. Conservatism, MAGA, Donald Trump, and even more so, being oppositional to the libs, owning the libs, is a core part of their identity, and they can't extricate themselves from it. Is that the right word? Extricate? Whatever. You know what I mean? They can't extract that from themselves. They can't separate themselves from being oppositional and owning the libs. So if the libs are giving you 1,000,000 pieces of evidence that there's a lot of child rape happening at pretty high levels in the GOP, a significant number of Republicans will take the stance that either it's not happening, if it is happening, it's not that bad, and if it is that bad, or widespread I mean, or they're really young, then, well, actually it's really not that wrong. This is what we're going to see. A lot of these people are very dumb and very hateful and very, very, very committed to being oppositional and to being hateful, to being reactionary. So, yes, it's going to be pundits. Yes, it's going to be randos calling in. I'm going to show you guys something else.
I've said this before, but
Okay. So when we talk about what is a certain demographic of people doing, we want to be careful to not be like, MAGA Marauder 69 said this and it got 2 likes and everybody ignored him or dunked on him. Therefore, this is what all conservatives are thinking and saying. We try to be really careful to not do that on this stream. I try to be careful not to do that. If I show you stuff on Twitter, if I say stuff on the stream saying, oh, these people are saying it, and I'm showing you a bunch of little accounts saying it, it's because I'm showing you a lot of little accounts saying it. Or I'm showing you stuff that has a crazy out there take that has 1,000 likes, 2,000 likes. I'm showing you stuff that's viral, right? And now, if I show you something that has like 1,000 likes, it's probably because it's an ultra hyper extreme take that we've never seen before. And that getting that much traction is concerning, right? Something that a year ago, everyone would be like, ew, fuck you, shut up, you're crazy, even people on their own side. So we have to be careful, right, when we're making the claim that, hey, this is the direction this is going. So the reason why what we're doing right now is I'm showing you randos, small account randos are doing it, influencers are doing it, and now I'm about to show you Megyn Kelly doing it. Megyn Kelly, one of the most influential voices in the conservative media sphere, a person who is on TV and has been on TV for a very long time, a person who is very, very famous and who has clawed her way to the fucking top as a woman in conservative spaces. Okay? Someone with a lot of clout, a lot of power, and a lot of influence. Someone who has spoken to presidents, who has hosted presidential debates, who has her own television show. So what I'm trying to demonstrate to you right now is that this is happening at every level. The little foot soldiers are doing it, the mid-tier influencers are doing it, and the media superstars and the media thought leaders are doing it. Okay? So I'm about to play you this clip from Megyn Kelly.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And
Okay. So I just want to interject here for a second. 15 is not barely legal. 18 is barely legal. 19 is barely legal. 15 is not barely legal. 15 is very illegal.
I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into, like,
I don't think saying that I'm not excusing this, it's disgusting, I'm just telling you facts, covers for you when you're saying all of this to begin with. Just don't say it. Was silence not an option? Because the fact that you chose anything other than silence means your little disclaimer of I'm not saying it means nothing to me. You're putting it out there on your very popular, very watched, very influential television show. So suck my dick from the back.
like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to types that could pass for, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby.
How does that make any fucking sense? He liked young teens who could possibly look even younger than being young teens, but who also could look older and could pass as legal 18-year-olds. Okay, I'm gonna change the volume on the audio. Here, I'll turn it down a lot. You need to look, yeah, okay, I know, guys, I'm sorry. I'll figure it out. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Sorry, we got distracted for a second with the audio stuff. So you're telling me he liked young teens who simultaneously looked a lot younger than young teens, but also looked old enough to be 18? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? How is that possible? What are you talking about? Actually, you know what? I don't think anyone has said that. Insane fucking thing to say. Genuinely an insane thing to fucking say. Okay, sorry.
And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told.
How is this volume?
8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were,
Volume
but
better?
would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material on.
Then why did you call it kiddie porn? This is another thing where it's like, why did you even say that? Why did you even say that just now? What was the point of that, Megan?
His computer, that for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old.
No, there's not, actually. There's not. We're talking about raping children. There's not. I don't understand why we're doing the actually it's a phebophilia meme. What the fuck are you talking about? I think there's a difference between raping an 8-year-old and raping a 15-year-old. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on, I need to find that link that somebody sent me earlier because I didn't actually click on it. And now that I'm going to get off of this tab with the subject, I need to go back and click on it. Okay, I'll deal with that later. Megyn Kelly has a daughter, by the way. I'm almost certain her daughter is like 14 years old, by the way. Nine months ago with our 13-year-old daughter. Sorry, I'm trying to get it together. So, I don't know how to say this, but I wonder if Megyn Kelly would think it was different if a grown adult raped her 14-year-old daughter. Would it be different then? Would it? Would it be different then? Because I don't think it would be. I think it's fucking disgusting and unforgivable. Unfucking speakable. For a grown man to have sex with a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old girl. Little girl. A little girl. I don't know how to say what I want to say without violating TOS. Without getting clipped and put on some fucking website where Asmongold talks about how I'm a danger again or whatever. I don't know how to say what should happen to Megyn Kelly. What should happen to all of these people who are diminishing, who are downplaying, and who are running cover for this. I wish that hell was real. Because Megyn Kelly deserves to suffer and burn for eternity in hell. And it is a shame that it is not real and that she will never get the justice that she deserves. No, there's not a fucking difference between a grown man raping an 8-year-old and raping a 15-year-old child because they're both children. I don't know how to talk about these things without getting really upset. Too upset. But I think maybe we need to be really fucking upset when we talk about this stuff, because we live in a culture and we live in a time where nobody wants to be vulnerable online. Nobody wants to be vulnerable. You can't write anything on Twitter. You can't ever show that you're upset on Twitter about anything. You can't be mad. You can't be vulnerable. You can't be frustrated. You can't be upset. You can't be sad, because people will use that against you. Can't be too emotional, because people will use that against you. Well, I think that you should be I don't think you can be too emotional about the subject of grown men raping little girls. 15-year-old little girls. 14-year-old little girls. You know what 15-year-olds are doing? They're doing geometry homework. Because they're in 10th grade, because they're little girls. She said this on television. When she has a daughter that is that age. I think maybe we live in a society where we should have people who are upset about this and who talk about how this is fucking wrong. This is wrong and this is dangerous. Can you imagine if a man were saying this? Conservative women run cover for rich, powerful men if it gets them something. In Meghan's case, she'll completely debase herself for access to Donald Trump. It is shocking people. It's shocking to people to see it. Yeah. This is a woman who Donald Trump went on to the internet to say she had blood coming from her eyes. She had blood coming from her wherever. A man who thoroughly disrespected her. A man who, there's a 13-year-old girl, a girl about her daughter's age, who made the accusation that he violently raped her. And here she is. Here she is, downplaying, diminishing child sex trafficking and child sex abuse happening to two girls that are her daughter's age. Because she doesn't want to fucking go down with the ship. And because she is committed to being a conservative. So now, she's going to be oppositional. I think jail is too kind for these people.
And a 5-year-old. You know, it's just whatever.
Yeah. She's not even defending Trump here. She's defending Epstein. Why would you do that? What do you gain from that? But the thing is, it's not that she's defending Epstein. She is defending Trump. She's just doing it in a roundabout way because she can't say that Trump was doing it too. This is a defense of Donald Trump. It is a soft defense of Donald Trump. Because she knows that he did it. She knows that he's guilty. So if she starts kind of softening, talking around the edges, softening it, when the irrefutable evidence comes out that he did do it and the world comes crashing down around him, there'll already have been a bunch of people like her softening the tone, buttering people up, softening them to the idea that maybe it wasn't so bad, actually. When it gets found out, when it comes out that Trump was with Epstein having sex with 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls. She's just playing her part. She's just part of the pipeline. Some people are dumb enough to go online and say, I don't care, it doesn't matter. they're 15. That's legal in some states. I have seen people say that already today. Some people are dumb enough to say that. Megyn Kelly's not that dumb. She's smarter than that. She exists to soften this concept up around the edges. That's what she's doing. That's what this is. So that is where we are. She is, in a word, grooming her audience to be okay with child rape. Yep. Yep. That is exactly what she is doing. That is where we're at right now. We're going to look at what's in those. We're going to take a look at what's in those emails. I think after that, I'm probably gonna... Hey! Hi, thank you so much. Aurorasaurus Rex, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. We might hit half of our goal today. That'd be good. That would be good. Aurorasaurus Rex is paying forward the gift they got from an anonymous gifter. Thank you, that's very nice of you. I really appreciate that. Someone said we're at the it's okay to date high schooler stage of MAGA cope. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa! Scare Spikes. Thank you. Thank you so much for the other 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. Okay, you guys are putting me in a better mood. Thank you. I was really not having fun for a second there. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we've already hit half. Maybe we will hit 3/4. We will see. We're 2 away from that. I'm gonna show you guys what's in these files. Thank you so much. I really need to decorate in here, don't I? Man. Maybe that'll be my project for the next couple of days. Decorate the studio. Decorate the office. I got wallpaper. Maybe I'll show you guys my wallpaper. Maybe that's how... Whoa! Thank you! Thank you so much, Ternex. Dang, okay, so that puts us at 2 away. That is fantastic. You guys are really making me feel a lot better. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay. So we're going to pull this file. Man, this shit is fucking rough. Okay, yeah, so this will... Alright. So I have these saved. Dang, that's crazy. Thank you, Ternex. I appreciate you. Alright. I just hate ads. Anti-ad society would be ideal. That's so true. So these are the selections that someone sent to me yesterday. We'll turn the alert box down. I don't know how to make myself louder. I'll have to work on that. I'm really sorry, guys. I really don't know what to do. Like, I don't have like a volume or... I don't know. This says pattern and gain on the back, but I don't know what either of those mean. Maybe I just need to get a new microphone. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So this is a selection. This is a selection that somebody sent to me. You may need to do it in your streaming software. I don't know how to do that. We'll figure it out. Yell. I don't think my upstairs neighbors would love that. We're actually doing the Vince Foster shit in 2025. Yeah. So the first thing that I was sent, and I didn't write any of these annotations. They came to me like this. Oh. Okay. That's cool. I think I remember seeing his name. Oh, yes. Yes. He was accused of being very, very, very sadistic. I think with Virginia, was he not? What is the stream title? I never know what my stream title is because I go through Restream and I type in what I want it to be and then it just doesn't update it for me. And not only does it not update it, but it'll put what last stream's title was, and then I have to go in afterwards and manually edit it. So basically nothing about my stream works, and I don't know how to fix anything. It just says Epstein? Okay, cool, sick, all right. When I publish it, it will stop saying Epstein, and it'll whenever I publish it on both YouTube and Twitch, it'll revert back to whatever last stream's title was. I don't know how to make it stop doing that, and I've had to manually do this for years. Okay. Literally nothing on my stream works. I'll Google stuff and I'll follow to the T the instructions that Google says to get various things in Streamlabs to work. And then when I do it and I'm like, okay, I followed it to the T, I did everything, it just won't work. So I've never been able to make anything work on the stream. Everything that works on the stream, Aiden has done for me. And that was like 2 years ago, so. Yeah. Anyway, professional streamer, been doing it for 5 years. Desktop. I don't have a laptop. Ask someone for help then? Who am I gonna ask? I'm not gonna bother one of my streamer friends to be like, teach me how to stream, teach me the ins and outs of every single aspect of Streamlabs. Like, I'm not gonna ask another big creator. They're busy and they have stuff to do. And nobody in my personal life is particularly online or knows how to do any of this stuff. There's not one single person in real life that I could ask for help. Not one. I don't want to bother. I don't know who to bother. I'm not going to bother anybody. Online as a personality trait, it kind of is. But also, like, with being online and with being in communities like this comes, like, knowledge about things like this, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, she made really crazy claims. She made, not crazy as in, like, it was crazy that she said that, but crazy as in, like, ooh, choo-choo. But crazy as in, like, wow, that's a sadistic evil fuck, it's crazy that he was doing that. Okay, so I absolutely think some streamers would help you. Yeah, but I don't ask, okay, listen, I'm not asking anybody for help. I don't ask people for help, okay? I don't do it with anything in my personal life. I'm not going to do it with anything professionally. I don't ask for help. I just figure everything out myself, okay? It's fine. All right. So, I don't know what happened with Vince Foster. I know he killed himself. I know that they made a big fucking deal about it. This is one of the whole, like, the Clintons have, like, 20 bodies thing, right? Which is just nonsense. It's fucking right-wing conspiracy nonsense. However, I thought this was really funny because a number of these emails are gossip. Like, yes, there is stuff about Trump and there is stuff in there that's about powerful people, but there's also a lot of, like, gossiping and shit talking in these emails, which is, in its own way, kind of funny. So this is an email from 2016 claiming that Hillary Clinton was having an affair with Vince Foster. Hilarious if true. This one is, yeah, this one's not great. It's nonsense. The Clintons would never stop at 20. That's so true. So this is Epstein emailing Kathy Rumler, and I forgot to look up who she was. She served in someone's administration. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so she was White House counsel to Barack Obama. And she is a Goldman Sachs, a top Goldman Sachs lawyer. Ooh. So, like I said, something that you are going to see over and over and over and over again in these emails is that everybody is involved. This web is insane. Everybody's fucking involved. You think you're like, oh, it's maybe just like some scum. No, it's everybody. It's fucking everybody. It's literally a cabal. It's literally a cabal. Okay. Sort of a rare QAnon W. They were wrong about most of it. So, Epstein emails her. This is in 2014. And he says, "Girls? Question mark. Careful. I will renew an old habit. This week." Also, I love how all of these people, these are like, these emails are so hard to read. I'm sorry. It's so frustrating. This week, Teal, Summers, Bill Burns, Gordon Brown, Jagland, and he goes and says, so that's Thorbjørn Jagland, former Norwegian Prime Minister, Mongolia Press, he means president, the Mongolian president, Hardeep Puri, which is, he's some sort of Indian official, Boris, which I don't know who this is supposed to be because he puts in parentheses Gates, so I'm guessing that this is someone who has something to do with, like, Bill Gates. Maybe he's, like, a direct, I don't know, maybe he's, like, he has very close ties personally with Bill Gates. Maybe he works for the foundation. I'm not entirely sure. So then we've got, like, this guy who is an official for Qatar, this guy who is an official for Dubai, Koslin, works for Harvard, Leon Black, Woody, all these people, right? All these really influential, famous, powerful people. So he's saying he's meeting with all of these people this week. You are a welcome guest at any. Also, if you think there are interesting people in town, everyone is going to be here for a climate summit. Clinton, Security Council, holy shit, I'm on, I don't know what he's on, blank for the next 30 minutes. She says, doesn't look like you're prioritizing your schedule very effectively. How are you going to manage all of that? This is Unga Week. Don't know what that means. So the boss will be in town too. Her boss is Barack Obama at this point. I'm fairly certain. I'll be here all week. You may get sick of me. Just sat down on the train, so can't talk freely. Ex-Bill Gates advisor Boris Nikolic. Yeah. So, I'm not gonna stunt on dyslexia, but these are rich fucking people that didn't care how they sounded and could have paid any amount of money to remedy. So I'm also dyslexic, which is why also why reading this is kind of a nightmare. I didn't realize I was a mod. Yeah, hi. Welcome back. I don't think you've been here for a while. So, this is an insane email, right? Just flexing. Oh, United Nations General Assembly. Okay, thank you. Okay. So, the takeaway from this, right, is all of these crazy connections that he has. The General Assembly happens in September. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, because this is September 19th that this is happening. So this is what I was telling you guys earlier about. Landon Thomas Jr., a financial reporter for the New York Times. He emails Epstein and he says he is digging around again. Not clear if it's another book or expanded paperback version of a book this guy was already writing. Was asking me all sorts of questions about why you hired Ken Starr. I told him I had no idea. I think he is doing some Trump-related digging too. Anyway, for what it's worth. The subject is got another call from Connolly. So, no, this is not Michael Wolff. This is about a man. This has got to be out of order. I wonder if my files put this in the order of... That seems out of order. I guess it's not. So, no, Connolly is a detective who was looking into and trying to investigate Epstein. Let me show you. I can't remember what his... John Connolly, a crime novelist who collaborated with author James Patterson on a book about Epstein. Connolly co-wrote the book Jeffrey Epstein, the Billionaire Sex Scandal. There was a cop too. Oh, okay, so he's an NYPD detective. He was an NYPD detective. He became a journalist, and then he started writing books. So he had already written a book about Epstein. Let's see what year this was published. So that was published in 2016. So when is this email taking place? So this is a year later, okay? After he writes the first book. So he's a former detective and a former investigative journalist. So he's digging around and he's asking questions about Epstein. He goes to Landon Thomas, and he says, hey, what do you know? Landon turns around and starts telling Epstein and is warning him that this is happening. There's like multiple of these, by the way. When you go, so last night I went to Landon Thomas's Twitter account. He stopped tweeting 3 years ago. His last tweet is from 2022. At first, I thought he used redacted.dev to go through and clean out all of his tweets, because there's like multiple years of only retweets. And when you use that program, usually what it'll do for your Twitter is it'll clean out everything you've ever tweeted, but it can't undo your retweets. So you'll find pages that are blank and it's just retweets. He's dead? Are we sure? Because he was retweeting stuff like... Are you sure, Winterfresh? Because he was retweeting stuff in 2023. Maybe he died in 2023 then. Yeah, no, see, he tweeted in 2023, May of 2023. He was retweeting stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry. He has one tweet from 2023. I think he's alive. But see, this is why I thought the last time he tweeted was 2022, because he has a retweet there in 2023, and then all of it just goes back to 2022 for a while. And then it's just basketball shit. Still just retweets. And then he has like a link or something. I don't think he's dead. So he's warning him, all right? All he cared about was ball. Yeah. This one's not great. This is another one to Kathy Rumler. Can somebody link me the Chomsky correspondence, please? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. When I come back, can I please have the Chomsky correspondence? I totally forgot that I wrote it all stupid. I didn't even know that I had done it in the, this voice. I guess it's just wormed its way into my brain. The Bopham voice. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Did that fix my volume, by the way? Did that fix my volume? Did you see the one where he tells Putin a video of Trump blowing? No! Somebody said that on a stream earlier and I thought it was a joke. Okay, can you guys link me 2 things when I come back? Can you link me? Can you link me the Chomsky correspondence and him telling Putin that? I would love to see that. Yes, I want to see him saying that. That's crazy. Okay. Do we have links? Uh-oh, I don't know what that is. Hold on. Before I open that link, I'm gonna... Why did you send me this? I'm really glad I didn't show this on stream. What is this? Oh, you guys want to see what happened to Fetterman? Okay, I get it. I'm really glad I did not open that on stream. Guys, do we have links? You guys hate me. Not one person. Oh, now we have the Chomsky link. Okay, well. Okay, here we go. Let's check this out. I'm schizo posting at this point. Okay, thank you. Aurorasaurus Rex, thank you for securing us. Securing the bag. So before we read this caption, let's actually just look at this ourselves. Hi. Oh, did you just wake up? You take a nap? Ugh. Did you take a nap? Yeah. Is our eye acting up right now? Yeah. I know. A little goopy. Is our eye a little goopy? That's okay. Alright. You want to say hi to the people? You want to say hi to the people? So we just woke up from a nap. We're a little sleepy, a little disoriented, a little bit goopy in our eyeballs. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to see what this, I'm literally not even going to read this caption. I want to see what this says before I read that. Is the cat also in the Epstein files? Do not talk about my daughter that way, please. At this point, who isn't? Oh my god, are we all in the Epstein files, guys? Okay. God, we gotta do that dumb shit where we read from the bottom up. Alright. August 6th. I was there, but only for the snorkeling. There's the Clinton one. Thank you, Audrey. Chomsky, August 6, 2015. Bad news, we decided not to go. I was invited to talk about the parliament, but what can one say? That aside, they've got plenty of people giving them bad advice. Ooh. Epstein says, bad for them, good for you. No need to have... Hi. Only one currency. It's old-fashioned. You are, of course, welcome to use the apartment in New York with your new leisure time, or visit Mexico again. Visit New Mexico again. Ants find the shortest route to food by trying many and discarding what doesn't work. No algorithm, no input, no output, only a goal. Sounds closer to our problem. Ew? What? No, don't do that. Don't scratch up that. I know, I hear you. I know. You want to play. I know. We always want to play. It's always time to play. All the time. Mommy can never work. Or do the dishes or eat food or try to, God forbid, play a video game or answer a phone call. It's always time to play. We do this all day. Because if we don't do this all day, not now, kid, Mommy has to do politics. Not now, Mommy's cyberbullying. If we don't do this, she makes those tiny, sweet little meows that you heard, and it makes me want to kill myself for being a bad mom, because how dare I make her so sad that she had to make one of those tiny little meows. So, So let's see, what the fuck is going on here? So Epstein sends him this weird ass shit where he says, bad for them, good for you, no need to have only one currency, it's old fashioned. You are of course welcome to use the apartment in New York with your new leisure time or visit New Mexico. Again, New Mexico and New York are where Epstein has properties. He's got that big ranch compound thing in New Mexico. He's got an apartment in New York. And then he says this insane, weird shit. Ants find the shortest route to food, but trying many and discarding what doesn't work. No algorithm, no input or output, only a goal. Sounds closer to our problem. To which Chomsky says, there are plenty of warnings about one currency, not heeded, unfortunately. Appreciate the invitation, but leisure time? Is that an English phrase? Okay for ants, but don't see how it helps us. Gnome. I love that he was like, listen, you fucking freak, just say what you mean. The linguistics professor was like, what the fuck are you talking about right now, you fucking weirdo? You absolute weird freak. Yeah, what's our problem? What is our problem? I guess the problem being that he's... The problem would seem to be on the surface that he's busy and can't come hang out. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? This doesn't feel real. Who sent me this? This is not real. Ants and evolution work by trying things and finding the best solution. Math and physics works by algorithms. I'm suggesting that maybe just as a child sends out many connections and then discards the unused ones, might be a better template for biological thinking? Okay. Okay. Alright. Listen. Maybe I'm really dumb. I love you. Please don't ever make that sound. It actually breaks mommy's heart. Yeah, me when I'm on ketamine. This is like having an intellectual conversation with your weed dealer. You tolerate it because you don't want to call your weed dealer a moron, you know? He might not sell you weed anymore. That's exactly... I love this. Epstein thinks he's really deep and mysterious, and Chomsky is like, motherfucker, what are you saying right now? What are you talking about? Just tell me how I can have access to raping the children. What are you saying? You fucking sued? He wants to call him a sued so bad. And this is, okay, I love this too, because Epstein just types like a moron to everyone else, and just, sometimes he gives like one-word answers to people in here, but only with Chomsky, he's trying to do this weird, mysterious, like, pseudo-philosophical talk. Because, you know, Chomsky's a linguistics professor, you know? So he's like, yeah, dude, he'll really appreciate this. Finally a gentleman who's on my level, who can see that I have a deep side. There's more to me. I'm not just a sex trafficker who loves little girls and holding people hostage and extorting them. I, too, am a deep intellectual thinker. And Chomsky is like, where are the kids? Just get me to the kids. The pedo shaman, that's so funny. Okay. What you suggest is very much the model that has been current in the behavioral sciences for many years. It has a record of colossal failure, and for good reasons, I think. It's disproven, but it keeps coming back, most recently with big data illusions. A child doesn't grow arms and legs rather than wings, or a mammalian versus insect visual system, the way an ant searches for food. Rather, the path of development is sharply restricted, and evolution follows constraints too. Acquisition of language and other cognitive achievements seems very much like physical growth, highly contentious in the field, but in my opinion, that's a comment on failures in the field. I think Chomsky was just like, you know what? We're not doing this weird, like, pseudo-philosophical pretense stuff. I'm just gonna talk to you like this is actually the subject that you want to talk about and it's not a cover for something. And I'm just gonna be an asshole and be serious about it and say things that I know you don't understand. To me, that's how this reads. To me, this reads as Chomsky kind of being an asshole and kind of dunking on him a little bit. Because, like, this is the kind of shit that I do. Okay. This is the kind of shit that I do to men in, like, on bad dates and in bars and stuff, where I know they'll, like, ask me a little bit about myself, and I'll say, oh, yeah, I talk about politics for a living, and then they're like, oh, wow, yeah, I'm so into that, and then they start telling me their dumb fuck first grade understanding of politics, and they start, like, talking about, like, it's just all, like, the system, man, you know? It's like they're just trying to, like, distract everybody because, like, if they don't, then, like, maybe we would work together and we would have, like, a real revolution, you know? And I'm like, okay. And then if I start talking about granular details of something, they're just kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever, and, like, change the subject. And then I'm like, okay, I'm talking to a real, actual moron right now. So what I'll do is I'll just start getting really granular about things, and I'll start talking about actual specific details of things, and I'll go on and on and on and just watch as the light fades from his eyes, because I'm like, and I'm doing it on purpose to be an asshole, because I want this man, 1, to know he's an idiot, and 2, to stop talking to me, and 3, I'm just annoyed, so I'm kind of dunking on him a little bit. That's how this reads to me. That's what I'm perceiving from this. I'm about to finish my doctorate in physics, and I get shit like this all the time on dates. Men need to please stop pretending to be smarter than they are. Yeah. Men will try to flex, and as you're listening, you're just like, I want to pull my eyelashes out one by one because you think you're really deep, and you actually think that you're smart enough to have a coherent, entertaining conversation with me about this, when I'm telling you that this is my job, and I'm telling you I spend all day reading about this stuff, and you don't know anything, but you somehow think that you're so much smarter than me and you're so impressive that you'll razzle-dazzle me with, like, these vague concepts that you read about on an Instagram post, and that I'll be so impressed that I'll fuck you. Like, it's actually really insulting. I'll always remember when we were driving back from Dallas and a guy was begging me to be a bitch to him, saying he'd pay me, and I was too much of a pussy, and you were like, okay, repeat what I say. Wait, what? Hold on, what is this situation? What is this fucking situation? I mean, I believe that I did that, but I'm sorry. Okay, I was wondering if it was you, Michaela. I was like, I saw the bridges too, and I was like, I wonder if this is Michaela. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, dude. I love that shit. You were driving my car 100 miles an hour the whole way home. That does sound like me. Driving like a bat out of hell, being like, this is how you be a cunt. Say what I say. That's so funny. Snitching? That's not snitching. Anyone who's on my Instagram knows that I'm really good at being a cunt and that I'm a really bad driver and that I love hitting curbs. Yeah, Texas highways, baby. Anyway, this is hilarious. I love this. I mean, I hate that Chomsky's in here, but I love that this is their interaction. Food for my soul. Also, hi, Michaela. I didn't know you watched my streams. What does this tweeter say about it? Turns out that radical anarchist Noam Chomsky, who told everyone to blindly vote for war criminal Democrats every 4 years, was good friends with billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares about the Democrat thing? Shut up. Shut up. Bad take. Some guy is an asshole who's a fucking creep and friends with a pedophile. It doesn't mean that Democrats weren't the better fucking choice. Shut up. Alright. Jeffrey Epstein asked his brother Mark Epstein whether Putin has photos of Trump blowing Bubba, which is Bill Clinton's nickname. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Oh, that's right. Because there was a lot that he was talking to Chomsky about. This is the one that I saw where they were talking about Lula. Just Jeffrey Epstein having a chat with Noam Chomsky and Lula, while the latter was jailed under bogus charges via the CIA's Lavajato. Chomsky called me with Lula from prison. What a world. What a world indeed. What a world indeed. God damn it. Everything sucks and is crazy. It's my first time here, but the state of everything really tipped me over today. I think I've been suppressing it so long, I started seeing red. Yeah, girl. Yeah, girl. I know. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about the Megyn Kelly thing, and I was just, like, going off. Really fucking angry at Megyn Kelly. Yeah, you're welcome to catch more. Yeah, you were there. Yeah, you're welcome to catch more streams if you like. This is a really low energy one. I'm really tired today, but... Okay. So again, we've just started at the fucking bottom. So his brother says, how are you doing? A while back you mentioned that you were pre-diabetic. Has anything changed with that? What is your boy Donald up to now? It's so funny how much Donald Trump just organically emerges in these. So this is 2018. A little bit later, he says, all good. My pre-diabetes are doing better. Bannon is with me. So he is confirming that in 2018, he was still maintaining very strong connections with people in the Trump administration and in the Trump sphere. This is 2018, guys. A year before he killed himself. His brother says, a couple days later, ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Oh my God. And I thought I had Cirrus? Bubba is Bill Clinton. Trump killed him for real, though? Yes, Trump absolutely killed him for real. Audrey, my day was wild. I clapped Brianna Wu after she quoted me about MAGA transvestigating the Kirks. Oh, God. Oh, God. I honestly don't want to know anything about that. That sounds fucking miserable. Okay, what is... What is that? Trouble or woe?
Taurus.
Taurus, okay. You know what's really funny? Is that there's going to be an email that we come up on where he talks about girls in bikinis, and then he goes on to talk about like a girlfriend that he had or something who was 20, and someone is like, it doesn't make any sense, like it doesn't make any sense the way he would just jump from that. There's multiple times in these emails where someone will say something to Epstein and his response is like insane and makes no sense. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this. Excuse me, I have an argument that I have to... I have an argument that I have to win real quickly. Hold on. There's so much stuff in these emails where you're just like, what is he fucking talking about, dude? And I have to wonder if he's on like a lot of drugs. Sorry, it was really important that I did that because I wasn't going to remember, and I needed to, yeah, not now, sweetie. Not now, sweetie, stream. Mommy is cyberbullying. Okay. So he says this weird fucking thing, and I thought I had Surus, and then his brother says, you and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. And then it looks like he has changed his... It looks like he's changed his thing, so instead of sent via my iPhone, it says sent via tin can and string, which, like, okay. And then he says, you mean Donna T? I'd rather be in Donna D shoe. This is so fucking weird. So much of these interactions are just so fucking weird. They're so strange. Okay. You know, the more I learn about this Epstein guy, the more I think I don't really care for him. That's so true. What is this? You've sent me so much stuff today. Thank you. Can I open this on stream, or is it gonna be... Can I open this on stream? I'm gonna do it. In 2018, Lawrence Krauss got an email announcing the Women in the World Summit. He forwarded it to Jeffrey Epstein, joking that they should make a Men of the World conference with a list of famous rapists, sexual harassers. His signature makes it look like he puts his name on the bottom of the list. Okay, the Women of the World Summit opens April 12th, runs through April 14th with a power-packed agenda of remarkable female newsmakers sharing their stories of male misbehaviors. And so these are the women who are going to be in it. And then he forwards that to him. And then he says to Jeffrey, let's do a Men of the World conference, Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Al Franken, Woody Allen. And then his fucking signature, that's so funny, Lawrence M. Krauss. Okay. That's really good. Ugh. Yeah, but him saying that, it just doesn't make any sense, because he says, ask him if Putin has the photos. And then he just says, and I thought, like, aggravation, or, like, trouble. Like, it just doesn't, this doesn't make any sense. This is not, this isn't a response that follows, you know? Yeah, boomer-coded emailing. It's all fucking nonsensical. It's so funny. Big club, huh? It's a big club, and unfortunately too many men are in it. Fuck. Libs of TikTok deleted her Twitter? No, she did not. At this point, would photos of Trump blowing Clinton actually hurt him? Yes, that is probably the only thing that would. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, that is probably the only thing that would. These are crazy. Hold on. Libs of TikTok. I don't think she deleted her Twitter, did she? Nah, see? She's still there. And I'm still fucking blocked. Someone I respect told me Jeff is a terrific guy, and he'd been a friend with him for over 20 years. I did not see these emails coming. Yeah, his punctuation is a war crime throughout his correspondence. You know what, Jeffrey Epstein's real crime was? It's how he's typing in these fucking emails. Try to go to her ex account? I am at her. This is her Twitter account. This is it. Yeah, we're looking at it. We're on Twitter right now. I'm sorry, I'm too doomer-pilled. His base would rationalize it as some galaxy brain move, going deep cover in the deep state and nothing would change. They would just say it's fake. All they would do is say it was fake. Okay. So this one is really, really, really wild. So it's Kathy Rumler, and she's saying, hey, here's a story from the New York Times that I thought you'd find interesting. And it's, the principled case for impeachment is clear. What's missing is the courage. So then this is a story from the New York Times talking about how they should impeach Donald Trump. Epstein responds, and he says, I think he makes the argument that it was Trump's money, making it not illegal. I'm almost certain that this is about the hush payments paid to Stormy Daniels via Michael Cohen, because he's saying it was his money and not campaign finance money. Yeah, though he also said he only found out afterwards, because the story changed a lot, right? Because, okay, so what the situation was that Donald Trump used campaign finance funds, and then he gave them to Michael Cohen, and he had Michael Cohen pay them to Stormy Daniels. So it made it, he was trying to, like, do it through, like, it was like he was trying to go through shell corporations, right, to, like, hide where it was really coming from. He's trying to obfuscate the real source of the money. Hello. So then he tries to tell people, like, hey, this was not campaign finances, this was my actual money, but for whatever reason, it had to go through Michael Cohen. And then later on, he said that, oh, Michael just did that. I didn't actually know. I didn't authorize him to make any of those payments. Like, so the story changed a lot, as the story always does with Trump. So this is what they've got to be talking about, right? Oh yeah, and then Ken Starr. Ken Starr was Ken Starr her lawyer? Ken Starr was... Wait. Hello, thank you. God damn it. I don't... Thank you for your subscription, or you're subscribing with Prime, thank you. Ken Starr, yeah, okay, so he was going to impeach Bill Clinton. He wasn't Stormy Daniels' lawyer. Why did I think he was Stormy Daniels' lawyer? Do I know anything? I feel like I know stuff, and then, oh, okay. He commented on her allegations, stating the Justice Department should assess the claims to determine if they warranted investigation. Okay, gotcha. I knew he was involved somehow, but I didn't remember how. I love having ADHD. Perfect. And probably long COVID, and knowing stuff and then never being able to remember anything. I think that's, like, really cool for me, and I'm sure will not get worse as I age and will not cause me any more cognitive decline or problems. Okay. So he says... So Ken Starr weighed in and basically said we should take this seriously and we should investigate it. Oh, I meant her account with her actual... Oh, her Chaya Raichik account? Yeah, we can look at that later. Can someone just start the nuclear war already and get it over with? So true. So true. So Epstein says, I think he makes the argument that it was his money, making it not illegal, though he also said he only found out afterwards, and the fact, according to the indictment, it was billed as services rendered and grossed up. I'm sure his account has flipped anyway. I did talk in detail to Starr yesterday, re-indictments, how Trump can make a deal, special counsel, Clinton's trash can, yes, Starr gave me more, yuck. Okay. Also, can we just acknowledge for a minute that Ken Starr, who worked on impeaching Bill Clinton, who was talking about this situation, the impropriety with Trump and the campaign finance funds and the Stormy Daniels stuff, was, like, chatting personally and buddy-buddy with Epstein. When I'm telling you it's everybody, it's fucking everybody. Everybody. Everybody's hands are dirty. Nobody's hands are clean. This is insane. Have we gone over the Trump, Epstein, Russia stuff? Not yet. So then she says, it makes no difference whether it was his money. Issue is failure to disclose. Plus the fact that he lied his ass off about it makes so clear he knew it was illegal. Which, like, yes, this is the conclusion that everyone came to. That the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels were in fact illegal. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, this email is one of the craziest in the entire bunch. This fucking email, listen to this. Epstein says to Kathy Rumler, you see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York business people have no idea. what it means to have your fix or flip. That's crazy. He's saying that Donald Trump is so bad. So bad. He's so dirty and so disgusting and so corrupt and so bad that, like, nobody has any idea. He's like, all of these, like non-lawyers and New York business people have no idea what it means to have your fix or flip. Because Michael Cohen flipped on him, right? Michael Cohen ended up going to jail for a little bit, but basically blew the whistle and was like, yeah, Trump is dirty. Trump is corrupt. Trump told me that he would reimburse me for all this shit and that I needed to do this, and it was hush money payments, and then he fucking didn't. And Cohen turned around, sang like a fucking canary. Epstein is saying, do you know how bad and how disgusting and how corrupt you have to be to have your fix or flip on you? Think about everything we know about Trump, too. He fucks over everyone he is involved with. The amount of contractors who have talked about how they did work for him over the decades and they got fucked over, underpaid, never paid, sued, right, when they asked for their payment. The shit that we have heard, he fucks over everyone at every turn, and it has never mattered because he's had so much money that everyone underneath him was like a little ant financially, and he could squish them, and he got away with not paying them. This is something that a lot of rich people and corporations and stuff do, by the way. They fuck people over, and they cut corners, and they do illegal shit, and they fuck over little people because the little people can't afford a lawyer, and they have teams of lawyers. So they get to financially fuck you, and that's how it just adds to their fucking pile of gold that they're hoarding. This is very common. We know that Trump has done this for decades, right? We also know that somehow everyone who works for him ends up in a financial shithole, Rudy Giuliani, begging, Mike Lindell, putting up GoFundMes in 1 million lawsuits, in jail, right? A lot of people who've worked for him gone to jail, quitting abruptly, okay, or, having an angry mob try to hang them at the Capitol. Yeah, he's doing it to television networks too. So that's what, like Jeffrey Epstein is saying, like, yeah, there are people who are into fucking kids. Yeah, there are people, what am I doing with a stick? I was playing with her. She was laying on the ground and she was batting at it. Epstein is saying, yeah, there's people that are into fucking kids. Yeah, there's people that are making corrupt deals. But for so long, this was all done in polite society. And all these people kept it all hush-hush and worked together and were in one big fucking club and they didn't fuck each other over. But Donald Trump doesn't play by those rules, right? Donald Trump is oafish and disgusting and aggressive and dirty and slimy, and he will fuck anyone and everyone over, and he does not care. That's why he's having people who did major financial and campaign finance crimes with him flip on him in turn. And Jeffrey Epstein is even pointing out, like, yeah, sure, all these people are monsters who do all these human rights violations, but Trump is like a slime ball with no loyalty who will backstab everyone around him. That's what Jeffrey Epstein is saying about him. This email is mind-blowing. This is insane. Trump is just kind of the most corrupt big businessman. He's just one of many, but he's the one who managed to start a cult. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. A lot of rich people and a lot of corporations do this. This is not new or novel in any way. This is from 2016. He's just saying he gets a lot of calls about Donald Trump, but he's obfuscating. He's saying he doesn't know anything. He has nothing to say. He's really careful now about answering questions. This is them plotting to ruin the reputation of Virginia Giuffre. I feel like I keep saying her name wrong. Is it Giuffre? I feel like I've said it right before. Like, it's not really worth exceptionalizing Trump, though. He was inevitable. He's just what happens when capitalist rot meets truly insane levels of incompetence, patriarchy, and a public stupidity. No, I know. That's why I'm saying this is not new or novel. A bunch of rich people and a bunch of corporations do this. But I will also say that, I mean, this is something that it's relevant to talk about because it is in these emails. And as Magar points out, Epstein says over and over again Trump is the worst person that he knows. I do think it is relevant to include that that's being said about him. Oh, okay, gotcha, yeah. So, I think this is, so this is Peggy Segal, and Peggy Segal is another reporter. This is the other reporter I was talking about. You know, I told you there was, Landon, she's a publicist, I'm sorry. So this is a PR lady, a publicist. Giuffre? Okay, cool. What are you doing? You gonna get up on the chair? You know I don't like when you do that. It makes me nervous because you fall over a lot. Okay. So, this is Peggy Segal, who, she's a publicist. So him and this lady Peggy, like, are conspiring together in this email to try and ruin the reputation of Virginia Giuffre before she can do any more damage. I think a great opportunity has arisen, just like the headlines of a hotel maid now proven to have lied in the Strauss-Kahn case. The girl who accused Prince Andrew, Virginia, can also easily be proven to be a liar. I think Buckingham Palace would love it. You should task someone to investigate the girl that has caused the Queen's son all this aggro. I promise you she is a fraud. You and I will be able to go to Ascot for the rest of our lives. I know there's a public police report that no one has the courage to publish as they do not want to be seen attacking a victim, but being falsely accused will be the new headline. So this is also fairly common. If you guys will remember back to the Blake Lively case, what was his name? Justin? God, I can't fucking remember anything. Love that my brain does not work. What? Oh, Justin Baldoni. So Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively are still locked in a really vicious legal case right now. The claim is that Justin Baldoni was sexually inappropriate with her on the set. He claims that she initiated all of it, that he didn't do anything wrong, he had her permission, he was only leading by her example. It's a really vicious case that I have not kept up with. So I am not, hi. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know, right? So I'm not going to talk about something I don't know. What I do know is that there was a group chat that was leaked by a bunch of reporters and publicists talking about how they could smear Blake Lively in public. That was real. That was leaked. So they basically were like, you know how, I don't know if you guys know, but there was a huge, like, kind of hate campaign against Blake Lively in the beginning, whenever this stuff was announced. And people were like, one of the things that got a lot of attention was when she was promoting the movie. The movie that they worked on together is about a book, and the book centers around, like, domestic violence. So Blake Lively, when she was doing all these interviews to promote the movie, was, like, talking about, like, come out and you know, bring your florals, bring your flowers. Like, flowers were a theme. I think the lady's a florist or something. Flowers are a theme of the movie. And she was promoting it in kind of this, like, upbeat, peppy way. And people were like, what the fuck is she doing? See, this is what I'm doing with the stick. People were like, what the fuck is Blake Lively doing? She's whack as fuck. This is a movie about a woman surviving domestic violence and a crazy stalker and like trying to move past that and all this like wild shit. So this tone, yes, it ends with us. I think it's a book by Colleen Hoover. The people were like, this tone is fucked up and weird. Blake Lively's a fucking weirdo for this. Ooh, thank you. What if Blake Lively is actually Jeffrey Epstein in witness protection? That's so true. I didn't even think about that. What if? So, thank you so much, 2NX. We reached our goal. Yay, we reached our goal. Anyway. And then all this stuff started coming out about Blake Lively, like clips of her in old interviews where she gets kind of short with an interviewer. That started coming out. The fact that her and Ryan Reynolds got married on a plantation came out. Like, all this stuff. So, like, it was the ContraPoints thing. You remember how ContraPoints talks and canceled about how if you do something and people perceive it's wrong, they will then begin to trot out every single one of your sins? Yeah, for like a long time ago, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds got married on a plantation. And then a few years after that, they were like, wow, that was really fucked up. We're really sorry. We shouldn't have done that. That was kind of weird and fucked up of us. So then 10 years later, it gets trotted out again. And yes, Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively are married. And there was just this hate train against Blake Lively whenever she was trying to talk about what she was accusing Justin Baldoni of doing to her. This is somehow Taylor Swift's fault. That's true. And so I thought it was a little bit weird where I was like, we all hate Blake Lively all of a sudden, but I didn't know enough about the situation. Yay! Welcome. So it turns out that none of this was organic, and that all of these like tweets and all of this stuff trending about her, the whole like when you do something wrong, everyone trots out everything you've ever done wrong before, and suddenly it's put on display. And even if you've like accepted and tried to make amends and you've apologized, it doesn't matter. It gets all trotted out back again, and people learn for the first time, and they get all up in arms, and then people lie and say you never said you were sorry, and you never learned, and you become villainized again. They were trying to Amber Heard Blake. Yeah, so all the evil, horrible shit they did to Amber Heard, who was victimized by Johnny Depp, they did to Blake Lively. And it turns out there was... We can talk about the Amber Heard stuff too at some point. I know so much more than I ever wanted to know about that case now. And at first I thought it was mutual abuse. Then I thought that Amber Heard was the abuser. Now I am completely and totally on team Amber Heard. I think Johnny Depp should be boiled alive. But it turns out there was a group of people behind the scenes who were orchestrating, a group of publicists who were orchestrating all these tweets and this campaign against Blake Lively. And their group chat got leaked. And in the group chat, guys, they were like, man, it kind of sucks that we're doing this. In the group chat, one of them was like, man, it's really fucked up how quick society and how quick people in the media are to turn on and cannibalize a woman and pick her to pieces when really she didn't do much wrong. I have chills saying that, because they were like, yeah, it sucks that we're doing this evil thing that we're doing, by the way. Isn't it fucked up that we're taking advantage of like this like deeply misogynistic problem in society that we can effectively and articulately pinpoint? Wow, okay. Yeah, damn, this is too easy. Yeah, damn, we have elite evil ball knowledge. Like the craziest shit. So, when I see stuff like this, are we the baddies? Except we are the baddies. I know for sure. So when I see stuff like this, I believe it 100% because we know this shit happens. And the way he's writing it in here, where he's saying, I promise you she's a fraud, she can be made to be a liar, I already know. You already know. Like, she was telling the truth. It's so fucking blatant. You know she was telling the truth about all that shit. And what's crazy too is that like she can easily be proven to be a liar. I'm sure that you could find some tiny. They also talked about how bad Baldoni was too in his PR people were talking about that. Of course they were. Like Chris Rufo levels of blatant, yeah. You can find inconsistencies in stuff that she has said, like little things here or there, and then you can turn that into, you can turn this was an inconsistency, or like maybe she lied, told like a little white lie about something totally different. You can turn that, this is an inconsistency, into she is a liar. Not that she has told a lie, she is a liar. It is an ongoing, important character trait of hers that cannot be unconsidered when we consider this case, right? It's 4 a.m. for me, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Go to sleep. That's way too late. Do not be listening to me well into 4 a.m. Go to sleep. Yeah, this is insane. And then being falsely accused will be the new headline. This is not spoken like someone who is innocent and who is worried about their well-being or their public image. This is someone who is planning. This is a calculated, manipulative planner who believes himself to be the puppet master. All that shit that we see, all that shit you're gonna see with him and other people, it's the same thing here. This is the one, okay, if you guys have seen anything about these emails, this is probably the one you've heard everyone talking about. You're gonna fall. You are gonna fall, and I am gonna be so unhappy, but I can't let go of this, because that might make her fall sooner if she relaxes. Okay, great. I love that we have to play constantly, and if we're not playing constantly, bad things are happening. Okay, there we go. You're on the table then. Hey, please don't knock the table over. Okay. It's 5:30. You can't tell me what to do. That's so true. I cannot tell you what to do. I'm sorry. I'm not your mom. Just your mommy. I had a laser pointer. I had a laser pointer that would go in random places in random circles, and she didn't like it. She didn't care. Because she couldn't grasp onto it. She needs something to grasp onto. She needs it to be like a physical, tangible thing. She broke the laser pointer like 3 different times to the point where she like broke the mount, and I couldn't prop it up or use it anymore. I had to throw it out. Because she would keep jumping up to where it was and knocking it over and knocking it off the high place it was on. Hi. She needs a victim. She is in the Epstein files, actually. She was not raping children. She was beating them up, actually. She needs a victim. She needs to be able to throw hands. Okay. We gotta hurry this up and get through these, because we've been here for 3 hours, and I'm exhausted. And I'm getting hungry. No, do not knock that over. Just trying to knock this over. Filled with water all over my desk and shit. You're a menace, dude. Stop. No amount of playtime is ever enough. This email is fucking nuts. I know I keep saying that, but there just keeps being more stuff that's happening that's insane. So, that New York Times reporter emails him and he says, "Now everyone coming to me thinking I have juicy info on you and Trump because of this." Because of the Trump quote, where he says, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy." Trump booms from a speakerphone. "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Ah! Ah! He says that story will never die. And Jeffrey Epstein says, "Read the Uz feed, read my airplane logs. I imagine..." You see what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? That was his best friend, dog. That was his best friend. Yeah. She's a monkey. She's a monster. I can't. She's perfect. Ooh. I've never had a moment alone. I'm never gonna have a moment alone again. I assume this is supposed to be read the BuzzFeed, because I think there was a BuzzFeed article. Read my airplane logs and Hawaiian tropic contest. Have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool, and he was so focused he walked straight into the door. Like a fucking cartoon character. Like he's a cartoon pedophile whose only trait is pedophilia. Like a guy in a cartoon walking on a rake and hitting himself in the fucking face. Yeah, rapey Magoo. This is some Looney Tunes ass shit. Yeah, it's the Looney Tunes character, McDonald the rapist. Like, what are we talking about? I think I heard someone say earlier that he's like one of those cartoon characters, like floating in the air like this, like to the scent of a pie in an open window. Except it's not a pie, it's children in bikinis. He was so focused he walked straight into the door. You could not write this. If you wrote this, people would be like, stop, you're a hack. This is bad writing. This is a joke. Like a pedophile who's only, again, like a pedophile. Like, yeah, awooga, he says, as his eyes bug out of his head, right? As steam shoots from his ears, and he kicks his foot on the ground like it's got a motor, and he starts turning red, and he's, whoo, 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 because he saw little girls in bikinis, and he got so excited, he slammed his head he walked straight first into a glass door. What? I know writers who use subtlety, and they're all cowards. Yeah, Yogi Bear, but instead of picnic baskets, it's underage girls. Some Tom and Jerry ass shit. We could go on and on and on. Oh my god. Fucking cartoon ass Chester the Molester. This is insane. This is crazy. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I am Mugatu right now. Have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the front door. Walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool, and he was so focused he walked straight into the door. What the fuck, man? Okay. Anyway. Oh yeah, here. Okay, so I think these were kind of out of order. So this is the original email about John Connolly. Keep getting emails from that guy doing a book on you. John Connolly. He seems very interested in your relationship. This is from the New York Times. Oh, wait. Yeah. This is from the New York Times reporter again. He seems very interested in your relationship with the news media. I told him you were a hell of a guy. One oddity, he said he had been told that the quote from Trump about you in the original New York Mag story had been manufactured, i.e., that I did not actually speak to Donald, which is bullshit, of course. I am sure that is what Trump told him, as they have been getting a lot of questions from reporters about you. He actually seemed to be a sensible guy, solid reporter. Just in the few conversations I had with him, I think he is close to finishing up. Did you ever speak with him? And Epstein says, no. Batman's newest villain, the Diddler, get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, dude. Batman's newest villain, the Diddler. Shut up. That's so good. That's so good. I love that. I hate that, but I love that. Yeah, so this guy, this John Connolly, sniffing around a lot, and again, this New York Times reporter warning Epstein about it. coordinating. Did you talk to him yet? Here's what I said. It's a big fucking club and you're not in it. Oh, this one is kind of funny. Let's see. Do I get up and make myself food and stop everything in the middle of the stream? Or do I order food, even though I already ordered food? What do I do, guys? What? Are you guys gonna be mad at me if I order food? Because I'm really fucking hungry. Consume? Okay, fine. I'll do it. I feel gross when I order from, like, DoorDash or Uber Eats. But we're gonna get... This shit is actually really good. Okay, give me like 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I have to order this real quick. I'm really hungry, and I'm not trying to stop and cook right now. So we gotta get through this shit. I've already been talking for... I told you guys this was gonna be a short stream. It's already been like 3 hours. Can I get the Mexican Coke? I don't want the hot chocolate. No. This place is really good. It's like... I wouldn't say that it's like authentic Mexican, but it's way better than what a lot of Utah Mexican is really trying very hard to capture and not. But they don't have the Mexican Coke in the glass bottles. They have the other Mexican sodas though. Okay, it's fine. I actually just got like... Okay, fine. Chat gets to pick up my order? Yeah, so true. I wish. It would have been cheaper. Women allowed to eat in this economy? I don't think so. Actually, according to Twitter, I'm unmarried, so I should not be allowed to eat. Have you seen the takes about how women should be paid poverty wages so that they're forced to get married? Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so this is him talking to Lawrence. Stop! That you cannot do. No, ma'am. You know better. Just in case you're wondering, yes, you did just see her run headfirst into the wall. She has managed to tear the paint and whatever. They have like a paper coating on the wall that they've painted over. She's managed to tear it. So she's been tearing it open more and more. So there's parts of the paper where it's curling out a little bit. So she'll run and jump and attack the curls and try to pull more of the strips of paper off. So that's why you saw her just run head first and leap up into the wall, because it's about, I would say, 2.5 feet up. So this is why I have to play with her 24/7, because if I don't, she destroys my apartment. Yeah. I love her, but also she will knock shit over and destroy things. So, cool. Mommy's already gonna have to pay for that. How old is she? I think I got her in... She was 5 months old when I got her. Let me see. I can look at the day I brought her home. I brought her home late February, like into February. So she was 5 months old then. So that means she was probably born in September. So she's probably like 14 months. Yeah, she's a baby. She's insane. Yeah, I mean, she's a baby, you know. Okay. All right. So anyway, back to what matters. Oh my God, what was that? Honey, what was that? What are you doing? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. Okay, she's playing with a food can that I left out. I was worried that it was dishes for a second. I was worried she was about to break dishes. Okay. So, I mean, at a certain point, stuff is already broken, gonna need to be replaced. It's not like it gets any more expensive to fix. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, depending on how much. If I'm gonna fix this myself, I don't know. I don't want to encourage this behavior either. Okay. Back to what matters. That's what I tell myself when the cats cause problems. Okay, so, Lawrence Summers, which this has been labeled for you, former president of Harvard, secretary of the Treasury under Bill Clinton, emails Epstein. And he says, the subject is, trending now, friends for 3 decades, Trump whisperer says he is stunned by president's rhetoric. SoftBank deputy guy I liked and seemed aware and honest son. I don't know what that means. Lots of slathering to Saudis. I yipped about inclusion. I kept this one in because this one was very funny to me. So he says, Larry Summers is currently on the board of directors at OpenAI. Of course he is. Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, for sure. Of course he is. Nothing surprises me. It's a big club. You're not in it. Everything is terrible. Everyone in power is an evil pedophile. Anyway, everything is doomed, and we're all gonna die. Anyway, so, don't listen to me. I just have low blood sugar and I'm hungry. Lots of slathering to Saudis. I yipped about inclusion. I observed that half of the IQ in the world was possessed by women, without mentioning that they are more than 51% of the population. Okay. Thank you, based Radfem comrade Lawrence Summers, I guess. Ugh. Such a funny thing. Yeah, I bullshitted about inclusion with the Saudis. Yeah, I told those Saudis that women are not just dumb fuck shithead broads. Some of them got some fucking IQ. Munchin plumbs new depths. I don't remember what Munchin was doing at the time. I'm sure it was fucking horrible and stupid. This is 2017 for context. War seems more likely than I used to think. Donald J. Trump is world's luckiest guy in terms of opposition, economy, etc. Still think his world will collapse. He literally said, he literally said, everything was handed to this man on a silver platter. Dems fixed all this stuff. Hillary Clinton was the worst candidate in history. Everything was handed to this man. He's still gonna fuck it up. And then he goes on to say, I'm trying to figure why American elite think if you murder your baby by beating and abandonment, it must be irrelevant to your admission to Harvard, but hit on a few women 10 years ago and you can't work at a network or a think tank. Do not repeat this insight. My brother in Christ, what? He was bitching about wokeness in 2017. He was like, yeah, those Saudis are primitive savages, so I told them that women are not complete and total idiot children. That being said, wokeness has gone too far. Radical centrist Lawrence Summers playing both sides of the fence. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Do not repeat this insight. It is too nuanced and complex for the average American Neanderthal partisan mind. They cannot handle my big galaxy-brained radical centrism. Holy shit. I'm smart. Because I was the president of Harvard. I'm gonna kill myself. Ah! I have to wash my hands. We'll be back. Yeah? What's going on? Just really mind-blowing stuff here. I'm going to bet I finished my wine. It was nice of you to stop by. I hope your PhD is going well, and it stops tormenting you so much. And I hope that you've had a nice time with your wine. Good night. This one is scary. A lot of the stuff in the emails, funny, nuts. This one is scary. Linda Stone. Let's see who Linda Stone is. I act like she's dead. So a VP at Microsoft. It's very interesting that when you pull her name up, Epstein, yeah, there we go. Well, would you look at that? This is tagged as talking about both Linda Stone and Epstein. It's from 2021. When I Googled their names together, I couldn't get anything. You guys saw that. I couldn't get any other hits. They have an email exchange talking about Epstein getting a cabinet position. Why didn't I get any other hits for this? I don't like that. That's fucked up and weird. Oh. So this is from 2021. In the days following the announcement of Bill and Melinda Gates' divorce, it has become clear that Melinda was the force behind it. In this column, we speculated that Alexander Zaychik's devastating critique of Bill's role in the enduring drama of vaccine inequality may have been a contributing factor. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, my understanding is that Gates took out patents on a bunch of vaccines. Yeah, here we go. Bill's disastrous commitment to prioritizing intellectual property over human health may have been the spark Melinda was waiting for. And his wife really did not like that. It's a big reason why she left him, is what people were initially saying. The Daily Beast now reveals that the source of the rift goes back a few years. At its core lies Bill Gates' coziness with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, Secretary of Health and Human Services. Oh my god. Yeah, Google's been terrible. So this is something, 33E, this is something that I've been mentioning on, and you guys, like, the people have seen on the last few streams. I'm trying to Google stuff, and the search results are just fucked. They're just absolute garbage. Absolute garbage when I was trying to prepare for this, too. Okay. Melinda knew that Bill's relationship with Epstein was much closer than he would publicly admit. You know what we need to do? I think we're going to start making our little, I think we're going to make our little diagram. I think we're going to start making it. Because now, I'm about to repeat for the 4th time, it's a big club and you're not in it. Okay. Bill Gates was aggressively defending vaccine patent IDs in the depths of COVID. He's a fucking monster. Yeah, that's my understanding. Okay. That's dog shit, alright. So we've got Epstein, okay? Other streamers had said the Google search was getting worse. Yeah, it's absolutely getting worse. He is tied to... We'll try that name again later. Google search getting worse is deliberate. I have heard a little bit about this, but I didn't want to be, like, conspiratorial. Maybe that's not what I wanted. Yeah, this is what I wanted. I forgot how to do this. I forgot how to use this. That's right. I've forgotten how to use this program because I haven't done anything with it in forever. How do I get rid of this now? I want this to go away. I don't want to do this. What do I do? I'll just undo it. Cool. How do I... Oh, it's up here! I knew that. I, like, really super knew that, actually. Okay. Are you doing a event? No, we're making a web. We're making a map. Of people he's close to. Oh, that's also not right. Cory Doctorow covers it extensively. It's public record that the enshittification is on purpose. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just getting out. Just making our little diagram. Just making our little web. Because I think it's good for us to visualize it. Yes, we can. We can absolutely do that. Okay. All right. So she emails him and she says, ooh, thank you. Is that 5? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Aurorasaurus. Oh, look at that. Thank you. Oh, yay, my food is almost here, too. So, basically, remember how I was telling you that, like, sometimes they're wildly out of order and it's really annoying? So, like, for a lot of them, we've been starting at the bottom. This is September 25th at 9:10 p.m. And then as it goes up, this is September 25th at 12:15 p.m. So it's actually... God damn it, this is so fucking annoying. So she emails him at... Thank you. At September 25th at noon. And she says, hey... No, he says, do you think he can win? And she responds, oh, because she's quoting this. Okay. And so she says, moving, wrapping up taxes, wrapping up fire claim, trying to figure out if technologies that soothe the nervous system, that offer the positive effects that mediation or massage might offer are worth working on, and wondering if the fact that so many people are on antidepressant, ADHD, and other drugs is what makes Trump appealing and his flaws invisible. Will you have a cabinet position? They're on some Maha shit from the beginning. They're on some Maha shit right now in September of 2016. Wondering if the fact, this is the VP of Microsoft, wondering if the fact that so many people are on antidepressant, ADHD, and other drugs is what makes Trump appealing and his flaws invisible. An insane thing to say, followed by, will you have a cabinet position? A more insane thing to say. So then he doesn't respond to this, and so she quotes it the next day, and she says, speak, please, what do you think? We're in retard world, that's why Trump is president? So true, Miss Stone! So he doesn't respond to her, and she goes, speak, please, what do you think? And he says, at 2:30 in the morning, they're all natalists and eugenicists? Yes. He says, too far to tell, we will know much more come October 15th. She says, how's that? Which team are you pulling for? And then a little bit later, she says, and just had a great time with Joy. Are you still in Paris? He says, Trump Tower. Oh, boiled peanuts. I'm quoting what someone else said. Hold on, my food's here. They did send me the glass bottle Coke. They made it seem like they were not, but they did. Okay. Remember when a bunch of people got mad at me on Twitter? Because I was like, I don't think Vosh should say the R word. And I was like, please don't say that, Vosh. Don't say that, please. And a bunch of people got really, really mad. Because Shark took a clip of it and he posted it online, and then everybody got mad at me. You were right, though. I know. He shouldn't be saying it. Oh my god. So good. Oh, I was so hungry. Okay. Can we have a day where the whole internet doesn't get mad at you for existing? It's gotten a lot better. Now the only people that get mad at me are right-wingers. I think we've come a really long way. Merrick in the pocket of big bottled Coke. It's true. I hate all political streamers except for you. It's okay. Thank you. So this is wild. November of 2016, he says he's in Trump Tower. So, I'm trying to remember. Oh, there's more to this. Another person close to Gates, ex-Microsoft VP, Linda Stone, played a significant role as a member of the MIT Advisory Board. An internal report documenting Epstein's interactions with MIT reveals Stone's admiration of Epstein. An email from MIT's former director of the Media Lab, Joy Ito, notably admitted that Epstein has a tainted past, but Linda assures me that he's awesome. Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ. What does this report say? Between 2002 and 2017, Epstein made 10 donations to MIT totaling $850,000. He also claimed to have coordinated millions of dollars in donations by others. Jesus fucking Christ. Professor Lloyd and Joy Ito cultivated Epstein as a donor. Professor and a media lab director at MIT. Between 2013 and 2017, members of the MIT senior team approved MIT's acceptance of Epstein's donations between 2013 and 2017. This means well after he was convicted. This means in the first year of Trump's presidency, they were still accepting donations. Jesus Christ. So, members of the senior team reaffirmed the approach regarding Epstein donations from 2015 through 2018. They took them again in 2018. The Media Lab rejects an Epstein donation in February of 2019. Epstein made at least 9 visits to the MIT campus from 2013 to 2017. While some members of the senior team were aware of his donations and criminal record, others were unaware. No members of the senior team were aware of his campus visits. MIT still lacks a formal written policy for accepting donations from controversial sources. Oh yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell has an unmonitored line. I don't know if you guys know this. Ghislaine Maxwell has access to the outside world from the prison cell that she's in. And she has unmonitored access to communication with the outside world. She's in chat right now, guys. Okay, so we also have... This feels insane. I feel crazy reading this stuff. This feels like the kind of stuff that you tell people about when you're like talking about the weird shit the CIA did and they're like, huh, okay, yeah, all right. That's what this feels like reading this. Oh yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell's puppy visit. This shit doesn't feel real. Can we cyberbully Ghislaine Maxwell? Maybe. Maybe. She probably does have burner accounts where she's on Twitter saying crazy shit. This is gonna look insane when we're done with it. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so this one is really interesting too. This is about Alexander Dugin. Some of you will know Dugin is like a... How would you describe Dugin? Not like a red-brown fascist. Fuck, how would you... Is Dugin even a populist anymore? I think at one point Dugin was like a pseudo-populist. I don't know what he... I don't know what Dugin is about in the past few years. He's Russian. He's like a Russian thinker. And he has a lot of ties to the Russian government. Yeah, like a neo-fascist. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he's a Russian state ideologue, yes. But he also, like, he's, like, considered a philosopher by some people. Chauvinist fascist, yeah. He's very nationalistic. I would describe him as a Russian nationalist freak, and his daughter is a hot mess on the streak. That's a crazy thing to write, but you are correct. Jesus Christ. If you don't know what that means, Google Alexander Dugin's daughter. I'm not going to explain that to you guys. Blue hair and definitely some pronouns I fear. I think you are probably in the wrong place. we support trans people in this community, but we're not going around shoving shit down people's throats. Okay. So this is a really interesting one because... Sorry, that was satire? Okay. Okay. You never know. I'm gonna sleep while listening to the stream. Okay. I'll not scream. I'll try to be nice and not make loud noises. Okay, so this one actually starts up here. Steve Bannon emails Epstein. He says, "What time is dinner? Do you want me to come over beforehand?" Bannon says, oh, they don't show a response from Epstein, actually. The next one is the next day from Bannon as well. And it says, "Last night was great. Really liked those guys. I'm back Tuesday." Oh, it is out of fucking order again. Jesus Christ. I hate this so much. Okay. So, actually, no. At 7 in the morning, the next day, Epstein responds and he says, "Did you enjoy last night? Icon doesn't listen as much as he should, but he is a good guy. I'm in Palm Beach for the weekend. Next week, if you like Kathy Rumler, or Reed Weingarten, or Miro Lackjack." I don't know who... Do you guys want to look up who this is? Reed Weingarten? I don't know who these people are. Okay. Let's see. Who is Reed? Yeah, there we go. Reed Weingarten. He's one of... Okay. So he is one of Epstein's lawyers. I'm going to sleep for real this time? Okay. Goodbye, good night. Ooh, that's tough. Wait a minute, hold on, hold everything. This is one of Epstein's lawyers. This is Epstein's lawyer, Reed Weingarten. He's a public corruption prosecutor. He's a public corruption prosecutor. Supporters of an African American federal judge. What year is this? This is 2019. He made his reputation by sending lawmakers to prison and investigating allegations in 1992 that a presidential campaign conspired with a foreign adversary to help its own election prospects. You can't make this shit up. There are no good guys. Everyone's hands are dirty. The people who in public fight valiantly for specific values turn around or in private are doing the opposite. This is Epstein's lawyer. Made his reputation by sending lawmakers to prison and investigating allegations that a presidential campaign conspired with a foreign adversary to help its own election prospects. Where have we heard that before? What does that remind us of? Jesus Christ. Supporters of an African American federal judge suspected of taking part in a bribery scheme told reporters that Weingarten was a Ronald Reagan-loving racist. Meanwhile, a combative Republican member of Congress under investigation for violating the Ethics in Government Act took to the press to call him a Jimmy Carter lefty. Go figure. 44-year legal career. I am very proud to say that I have dealt with directly every president since Jimmy Carter, and that includes the present president. Man, I wonder how he got those connections. This is insane. Talking about prosecuting lawmakers, Weingarten said he was absolutely satisfied that the FBI and the Justice Department made legitimate decisions all the way to the very top, free of political influence. Jesus fucking Christ. Wow, he prosecuted someone in the Iran-Contra who was a Vietnam War hero. Weingarten, who famously attacked special prosecutors in the Clinton era for nutty and wildly misguided investigations into his clients, the Democratic Secretaries of Agriculture and Commerce, is speaking out to defend the team led by former special counsel Robert Mueller. He was defending the Mueller investigations. This is truly fucking astounding. It's a big club, and you're not in it. We're gonna put him... We're gonna put him right here for now. That's very interesting. Okay. So who is Nero? No? Maybe he spelled his name wrong. Maybe it's this. That probably makes sense. It's probably this guy. I like how I was like, this is gonna be a short stream where we're just gonna talk a little bit about the stuff. Now this is turning into we're doing like a huge deep dive into everything that's said in here. Yeah, 4 hours later. Okay. Okay, so it is this guy. Can I get a fucking translation, please? Thank you. Okay, whatever, go away. So, this is insane that we're having to look at... We're having to look at foreign websites and foreign journalism to get information about this. What country even is this? Oh, right, that's the... Okay. Slovak. Okay, so he's Slovakian. Former foreign minister apparently communicated directly with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. This is according to the documents. Analyzed some of them, and documents that appear to be emails directly between him and Jeffrey Epstein. Within a day, a screenshot appeared on social media showing an email with communication between former close ally of Donald Trump and advisor Steve Bannon and Epstein, in which they mention him. In an email dated March 15th, 2018, they discuss a meeting that evening. Epstein writes Bannon. Wait, hold on. They had direct contact? Apparently communicated directly with him. But this is just him being referenced in the emails. I want to know when he directly... Oh. Okay, so they do have direct contact. They have it right here. Okay. In an email dated March 15th, 2018, they discuss a meeting that evening. Epstein writes Bannon an email with 4 points, blah, blah, blah. The first is that he wants to invite the person to dinner. The second point is about the government in Slovakia failing. Do we see that in here? No, this is cut out. Whoever found this in the emails decided to cut that part out and then pasted these together and didn't include whatever joke he's telling about the Slovakian government. This motherfucker is everywhere. So, wait, March 15th, 2018. Is this from March 15th, 2000? Yes. So it was from here. It was from this exchange of emails, and they cut it out, and then they put the after the meeting. So they didn't see fit to include that. Okay, this is some weird Slovakian politics I don't know anything about. Subsequently found a recording of direct communication between... Does anyone want to help me out? I don't even want to try to pronounce this. I'm not even going to try. We're going to call it Miro. Between Miro and Epstein among the documents. It dates all the way back to March 24th of 2018. The email appears to be friendly communication. Epstein sends him, Miro, a link to an article from the Daily Beast Portable that talks about Donald Trump's mental health. How close is it? Donald Trump from a mental breakdown, the text headline asks. So this is something that, like, I don't know if we've picked this up yet. Epstein, you've probably picked it up a little bit. Epstein talks mad shit about Donald Trump, right? Something happens at some point and he starts talking crazy shit. So this is in 2018, right? So we are 2 years full swing into Trump's first presidency. So he emails him at like 6:30 in the morning. And all he does is he just sends him the link to this article. Is Donald Trump having, this mental breakdown or whatever? And Miro responds and he says, "Thanks, I think we've heard enough proofs on this subject today." You know what's funny? Something else these emails show is a bunch of other people. Yeah, Epstein is talking a bunch of shit about Trump. But so is everyone else that he's communicating with. Trump is the butt of the joke in all of these fucking emails. People from all around the world. MAGA's whole cope, this thing that we hear all the time is like, Trump made us great again on the world stage. We were a laughing stock. Trump made us look strong to everyone. Everyone respects him. That's why he gets so many deals. That's why he's stopped so many wars. And when we look through these emails, we see these powerful people from all across the world talking shit, laughing at him. He's the butt of the joke. Thanks. I think we've heard enough proofs of this subject today. 2 years into his first presidency. Man. I mean, we all knew it. It feels like it doesn't even need to be said because we all know it. But I do think that it's interesting to have it put out there and to have it out in the open so that you can refer to it to other people, to MAGA people who say shit like this. And you can just be like, look with your own eyes that everyone's fucking laughing at him. We're gonna need to make this canvas a little bit bigger at some point. Okay. Maybe we need to start making people smaller. Okay. We need to put Bannon in here. Actually, Bannon and Teal are probably connected. Okay. Oh, they'll defend it. They will absolutely defend it. Jesus Christ, man. Okay. Oh, wait. What happened to the one with Dugin? Did we even read that, or did I just talk about who Dugin was? Where did that go? Oh, here. Oh, it was this one. Oh, that's literally... that's literally the one we were just on. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, so Dugin is mentioned here. Yeah, see, man, this shit is all out of order. So this is the first one, this is the next one, then it's this one, then it's this one. Okay, so Steve Bannon in the morning at like 7 a.m. says, Dugin's analysis with shout out. And it's an article that Dugin wrote about Skripal, Syria, and England are all victims globalist war. And then that's when Epstein says, did you enjoy last night? If you want to meet with these people. And then Steve Bannon says, last night was great. Really like those guys. I'm back Tuesday. Okay. So they're just mentioning Dugin. We don't know that Dugin is actually directly connected with Epstein at this point. This is another one about the Russian government, though. Epstein saying that he had been advising the Russian government on how to deal with Donald Trump. One of several cases in which he wielded his connections to try and influence the course of foreign affairs. So it starts down here. Epstein is emailing a man named Thorbjørn Jagland. And I think we determined earlier the Prime Minister. He's emailing with the Prime Minister of Norway. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, what does that say? Oh, I thought that said something about oil. I was about to lose my fucking mind. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. Alright. Make him a little bit smaller. So he has a relationship with... We're going to put him over here because we know that he's talking to this guy about Russia. We know that he's talking to Bannon about Russia, so we're going to put these guys next to each other for a little bit. Can't wait for the insane anti-Semitism to get even worse because of these emails. I think everything is going to get fucking worse because of these emails. Yeah. Yeah, someone's going to decide that every single one of these people are Jewish somehow. I already know it. We already fucking know it. So when was he out of office? Okay. So at the time this happened, he was the former Prime Minister of Norway, but he was the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Because this took place in 2018. I do not want to see the TYT takes on this. So he says, Jeffrey Epstein emails the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, and he says, I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight on talking to me. Vitaly Churkin used to, but he died. So then Jaglin responds and says, I'll meet Lavrov's assistant on Monday, and I will suggest thank you for a lovely evening. I'll come to UN high-level week. Epstein replies and says, no, these are out of order again. Okay. So Epstein says at 3:18, sorry, this is military time, 3:18, Epstein says, I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight when talking to me. Vitaly Churkin used to do it, but he died. Then at... No, this is the first one. Wait, how does this make any sense? This was sent the 24th at 3:18. This one was sent at 1:59. And it says, Churkin was great. He understood Trump after our conversations. It is not complex. He must be seen to get something. It's that simple. Then he sends another email a couple of hours later where he says, I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight on talking to me. Churkin used to, but he died. Which doesn't make any sense because a couple of hours earlier, he said Churkin was great. And then Jaglin responds, this is the last email. Do you understand why I want to pull my fucking hair out trying to read these? I'll meet Lavrov's assistant on Monday and will suggest thank you for a lovely evening. I'll come to UN high-level week. Okay. So the important part of this is that Epstein is talking to so we're totally clear about what's happening here. Epstein is talking to the Norwegian Secretary General of the Council of Europe and telling him to tell Vladimir Putin that if someone is sent to talk to Epstein, he can give them insight on how to deal with Trump. So, here's how we're going to draw this out so that this makes a little bit more sense. So through Jaglin, he's connected to Putin. Why can't they just use Discord like normal pedos? This is what I said at the beginning of this. I was like, why can't these fuckers text? The iPhone was already out at this point. This is fucking wild. Actually, we're gonna move Putin up here because, well, I don't want that at all. I want this. How do I get this? Oh, fuck me. Okay, I don't fucking A. Alright, never mind. We're gonna leave Putin where he is. This is way too fucking complicated. Okay. So through this guy, Leave me alone. I know I'm a boomer. They're all emailing each other on Blackberries. I know. What the fuck, man? He then has access to Vladimir Putin somehow. He's so central. I know it's a banal thing to say. I just can't get over it. Yeah. No, it's not. I think, like, we need to drill this revelation into everyone's heads. He is so fucking central. This is insane. This is what we're looking at right now is crazy. Oh, not you. They're boomers for incoherently emailing each other. Well, I too am also a boomer, so. Okay, so we just want a. We're gonna start connecting these. No, I said I want it red. Make it red. Thank you. God damn it. It really is me. That's the boomer. Let's just get a real good visual on this. I should have moved these more. I joined late. Why is Chomsky there? Because Epstein and Chomsky were emailing each other back and forth. Okay, so check this out. For full context, if I have a line from Epstein to a person, that's because he was communicating directly with that person. I wonder if I can't make this bigger. Edit. Image. Canvas size. Can I scale it up by percentage? Let's try to, okay, let's make it 200%. Let's see if we can't. We need more space. Well, that didn't fucking do what I wanted, so cool. Thank you, Aiden, for getting me to use this program, and I don't know how to fucking use it. Okay, let's see. Control, how do I? Let's just do resize. So that was canvas size. Let's do resize. God damn it. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. We're gonna make a new one. Okay. And now we're gonna go to resize. And we're gonna do it by percentage. And we're gonna make it 2 times bigger. And now we're going to be... You are way too well bathed to have red string conspiracy board talking about government conspiracies. Wait, hold on. Hold everything. Get the fuck out of here. Don't talk to me. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, that's fucking right. That's fucking right. There we go. Okay. Your girl is ready. I'm ready. I'm gonna make myself smaller, actually. Oh, fucking K. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it like this, actually. And the color is gonna be white. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm a fucking genius. You know that? I'm a goddamn genius. And, oh no, that's the wrong color. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I can do this. There we go. It's minor setback. We got it. I love that I was like, short drink today. Mommy doesn't feel very good. That's right. Jeffrey Epstein, the man in the middle. Now, we need bad photos of all the people to go with this. No, I'm gonna be here. If I start committing that much to this, I'm gonna be doing this at midnight. It's gonna be midnight before we finish this. It's gonna be 1 a.m. For context, it's 9:45 here right now. Make all the photos Kirkified? Stop. It's like a picture of the person, but I put Charlie Kirk's face over their own. Okay. It all leads back to Jeff. Brushes cockroaches from desk. We're going full Asmongold here. Let's see, what happens if this runs out of battery? That will be bad if that runs out of battery. Okay. Let's see. What's a new idea that I could have? Because I know that this is going to start running out of battery soon. I could do like a... No. Okay. I'm just going to be a little bit dark for a little bit, I think, guys. I'm just going to be a little bit blue. You're going to need more cola? I have a little bit. Okay. All right. We're going to make... Okay, so we need to make one for Bannon. Put us back to white. Okay, so here is Bannon. Here is Linda Stone. Here is Chomsky. Make the camera black and white. Hold on, let's see if I can. That's actually a really good idea. Let's see if I can. Is that what this is? Oh no, that's my old camera. Just kidding. There we go. Do I have to do it through Streamlabs? Because I'm trying to do it through my actual camera, and it's not letting me because it says that it's occupied. Like 80% sure we can get photos of every single person mentioned with Trump. Maybe not Chomsky and the MIT people. Maybe. Let's see how... Okay, Aiden's webcam. Let me see if I can change... Fuck with the coloration right now. Resolution. Color space. Okay, so check this out. I can do... Here's the options that I have in my settings for video capture in Streamlabs. I have color space and color range. For color range, I'm going to put it on limited and see what happens. No, that did not affect that at all. Okay. So we'll go back to full, made it a little bit softer. Put it at default. Color space. Ooh, did I disappear? Wow, that made me completely disappear. Okay, let's not do that. We'll go to default then. Okay, I'm back. All right, you guys are just gonna, I'm just gonna be blue for a minute. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna be blue and pink for a little bit. Okay. Sorry, kids, mommy needs to charge her light. Is this not charging? Is this outlet not working? One of the cool things about living in a basement is sometimes my outlets work and sometimes they don't, and I never know which one is gonna work and which one is not. So I would go plug this in somewhere else. Okay, cool. I still have like 3/4 of the battery, actually. I guess I've just been being pretty judicious with how I've been charging it. Oh yeah, my bisexual lighting, because I have a neon blue butterfly and a neon pink butterfly, like right here, behind my monitor. Okay. So we've got Bannon, we've got Linda Stone, Peter Thiel, Chomsky. All right, we need one for Chomsky. Need one for Thiel. Teal. Got this one for the lawyer, and then I'll put one over here for Miro, because I don't know. What are you guys sending me? You guys keep sending me stuff. You want me to put pictures of all of them with Trump? That's so funny. Wait, what? No. There's no way. That's Epstein's butler and Chomsky? No, that's him. That's 100% Chomsky. Oh no. That's fucking wild. Okay. What is this YouTube link you sent me?
Yo, listen up, here's
Don't do this to me. Do not do that to me. Make the Trump photo him kissing Ivanka on the mouth. I'm gonna be here all night. We have to stop this nonsense right now. We're not doing this, okay? We're going... You guys are derailing me. My Adderall is wearing off and you guys are derailing me. Let's just work on our current corkboard, okay, guys? Okay? Okay? Okay, so we've got... Who do we have linked to Bannon, though? Do we need to link Bannon to a bunch? No, we don't. Okay, so we've got Bannon. God gosh darn it, it's fucking white again. Okay, so over here we've got Bannon. Bannon. Over here we've got Bannon. Down here we've got Teal. Over here we have Linda Stone. This is Reed. Weingarten. Garten. Reed Weingarten. Make him smaller. Make him like a... Oh, that's too small. Make him like a 14. Okay, he's down here. Over here. Do we want this circle, Chomsky, to be right here? Or is Chomsky taking up too much space? I think that's too much prime real estate for Chomsky, because I don't know who else Chomsky is connected to. So we're going to put... That's not the color we want. Okay, we're going to put Chomsky over here, because I don't want to give him... Because I don't want him to block off the rest of the board over here. Okay, so now we'll put... Chomsky right here. Okay. 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 Large cack. Alright, that's how we spell that. Alright. So we've got him over here. Perfect. Now from Linda Stone. Oh wait, who? Yeah, so from Linda Stone, then we have the connection to Bill Gates, Lloyd. They're connected to MIT. MIT that was taking his money. Okay. This one is Lloyd. Seth Lloyd. Okay, Seth Lloyd. And they're connected to MIT. This over here is Bill Gates. And he is a little bit bigger because he is a big dog, big player. All right. Are we even live anymore? Are we even recording anymore? Keep saying welcome to the chat room, so I feel like it's dropping frames and kicking me out. Is that true? Is that happening, guys? She is connected to Bill Gates. She's also connected to Joy Ito and Seth Lloyd, and they are connecting us to MIT. The deep state hasn't tried to shut us down yet? Okay, good. We're connected to Bannon. This guy over here. And then connected to Chomsky. And over here we're connected to Peter Thiel. Okay, Peter Thiel. Then we've got this lawyer down here. And then this is going to be the Norwegian guy. Jagland. But you need to be quite small. Okay. And through Jagland, he then has access to you are going to be much larger because you are a real big dog player. Vladimir Putin. Okay. Alright. So now, who else are we missing? We're missing that lady that he talks to all the time, who is, what's her name? Actually, let's figure out who Lavrov is. Let's figure out who Lavrov is while we're still here. Oh. Okay. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Yeah. So we have multiple ways that he's connected to Putin. So we also have, so we'll put Lavrov right here. He also connects him to Putin. The way that this man has multiple connections to Vladimir Putin is disturbing. Okay, so this also connects him to Putin. And then Kathy Rumler, that's right. He's talking with Kathy Rumler quite a bit. What years is he talking with Kathy Rumler? So this is 2018. So when was she working with Obama? Okay, so she was no longer working with Obama in 2018. But she doesn't join Goldman Sachs until 2020. So what is she doing in between? Okay, so while she was employed as a partner at Latham and Watkins, she met with him on dozens of occasions, including lunches and dinners, between her time in the White House and her subsequent hiring at Goldman Sachs. She was also on his schedule to a flight for Paris, as well as a stop at his home in 2017. She said these trips did not take place, and the Wall Street Journal could not confirm that or any other meetings ultimately happened. She said, "I regret ever knowing him." She was listed as a backup executor in his 2019 will. So what is Watkins? They're a law firm. So who does he have connection to? Oh. At one time, Latham & Watkins was considered to be the world's largest law firm by total revenue when in February of 2018 it surpassed $3 billion in annual revenue. So when are they talking? 2018. So they're the largest law firm in the world when he's talking to her. They became the first, in 2007, they became the first American law firm to attain more than $2 billion. As of 2018, it was briefly the highest grossing law firm in the world, but surpassed the number one spot to Kirkland & Ellis. They opened their first office in Moscow in 1992, and thereafter they represented a number of Russian state-owned companies. These clients include the state-owned bank VTB and the natural gas producer Novatek. They ended their Russian operations in March of 2002. Okay, so she's got to go over by everyone that has connections to fucking Putin. I don't think she has connections to Putin, but she's got to go over there. Okay. So we'll swap these out real quick. She can go... We'll put her, like... What do you think? We'll put her, like, right here. Okay. So this is someone that he has direct correspondence with constantly. So she's gonna get that direct link. All right. So who is Vitaly Churkin is now the question. Yes. Child actor and former permanent representative of Russia to the United Nations. Okay. Cool. I like that child actor comes first. That's very important. So, good lord, okay. Okay, so now we're getting to a new place in this, okay? This is Daniel Said, I don't know who this is, to Jeffrey Epstein talking about trafficking women, and then they talk about Jean-Luc Brunel, which he was also a convicted trafficker. So Daniel Said messages him first, and he says, "Hello, Jeffrey. A great friend of mine rented a huge house in Ibiza, so invited a lot of girls from Russia, all models, because they will be doing the shootings down there for several magazines with and great scout named Tigraine. He used to scout for Trump, but he doesn't work for him anymore. He's coming with 12 girls the first week, the 22nd of July." Jesus Christ, man. Okay. Then 13 others the second week, the 5th of August. He would like to meet you. I just called Jean-Luc to see with him if he can come too. That would be great to build this network for MC2. Please let me know if you can come spend some time with us. My best regards. So let's figure out who Daniel Said is. This is just a woman who's going through the documents. Rents and sells villas in Ibiza? What do you mean? How do you know that? He doesn't say that he's a... Removed by moderator. Okay. A great friend of mine rented a house. He's a realtor? Do you know he's a realtor? I want to know if... So he is an Epstein associate as well. They did actually directly know each other. Okay, alright. There's literally pictures of them together. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. So this guy then committed suicide, this trafficker, then committed suicide in 2022. French modeling agent and close associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, MC2. Okay, so when he was talking about MC2, build this great network for MC2, that is an agency that is connected to this guy, MC2 Model Management in the US, that was funded by Epstein. His arrest was part of a French inquiry into sex trafficking and sexual assault allegations against Epstein, focusing on potential crimes committed against French victims. They suspected him of raping, sexually assaulting, and sexually harassing multiple minors and adults. They also suspected him of transporting and housing young girls or young women for Epstein. A frequent companion of Epstein, Brunel was considered key to the French probe into alleged sexual exploitation of women and girls by the financier in his circle. His alleged victims spoke of their disappointment at the news of his death. Okay, so... we've got... we're gonna put this guy... and put him over here. Okay. Tigran has the best taste next to you. I'm happy to meet him. He had girls named blank in Paris. That he had told many bad things about me. This doesn't make sense. So he wants to work with this guy. He says he has great taste in girls, that he's really happy to meet him. But then he said that he told a girl a bunch of bad things about him. I don't know. Let's see what hits we get for this. Watch it be this fucking guy. It's a very unique name. Okay. Oh God, this one is rough. Send photos of you and child. Make me smile. So this is another person that he has regular communication with. Tom Barak. So let's see, who else? Not this one. We'll keep that one up for now, though, because we want to revisit that. So I think at the time they were saying he was the ambassador to, the special envoy to Syria. Now he's the ambassador to Turkey. What year was this? This was 2016. So he is both the special envoy for Syria and he's the ambassador to Turkey. So what was he doing in 2016? Who was he? Well, he was getting a divorce, so there's that. Okay, wait, so he buys and sells businesses. So he has connections to Donald Trump going back to 1985. In 1988, Trump agreed to pay Barack $410 million for total ownership of the Plaza Hotel. He later lost both properties in bankruptcy. So he founds Colony Capital in 1990. He invests in GE, Merrill Lynch, achieved 50% profits in the first 2 years. He owns Neverland Ranch. Oh, no, dude. Bro, come on. This guy owns Neverland Ranch. They're playing in our fucking faces. That's crazy. That's fucking ridiculous. Okay. Alright. So, I don't know. Maybe you guys don't think that's weird. I think that's really, really fucking weird. Literally could not be more on the nose if he tried. Yeah, that's absolutely fucking insane. So, let's put him here. I don't like this. People who don't think it's weird or are in some kind of denial, yeah. You know, it's funny, I have a friend who is very, very, very smart, who I respect the opinion of quite a bit, who doesn't think that Michael Jackson did it. And I don't know. But what I do know is that if you thought Michael Jackson did it, or if you have the association whatsoever, I wouldn't want to purchase Neverland Ranch. And now that you're connected, you own Neverland Ranch, and you're connected to a well-known, world's most famous child sex trafficker, I just don't. Send photos of you and child. Okay, I'm gonna go get a hair tie. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get a hair tie. I'm gonna come back in a minute. I feel like I'm taking, like I said, I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills. All right. I'm sorry, I just can't. I can't believe that. That's... Alright, you know what? I totally forgot. I was trying to get a hair tie. Okay. My hair is like freshly washed and conditioned, so it's like too soft. It's bothering me. I'm just gonna keep fucking with it and playing with it until I put it up. Alright. So this is no longer an entertainment stream. This is now a research stream. We just hit hour 5. I don't know if I'm going to be making jokes or having a lot of inflection or tone changing. I am very tired. I was already very tired to begin with. I think now we're locking in, and I'm going to be more focused on reading about this stuff and putting it all together and less about trying to be entertaining. I understand if you guys want to dip out. If you think this is interesting, you're welcome to stay. If you think that the occasional commentary is like, you just want to hear someone talk a little bit in the background, you're welcome to stay. But I don't know that my focus is going to be on being entertaining as we go forward. I think my focus is going to be on, we're going to figure out together what the fuck is in these emails and who the fuck these people are. What did I walk into? Well, hopefully you just heard that little spiel. We're figuring out what is going on right now. We're figuring out who these fucking people are and that are in these emails. So I took a nap and forgot you're streaming, and I thought there was someone in my house. Yeah, someone breaks into your house and it's like, we have to do research into this Epstein case. You don't understand. I don't even want to case this place anymore. I'm not even trying to rob these motherfuckers. I just learned that Tom Barack owns Neverland Ranch. I don't care about stealing some shit. I'm gonna start asking you guys. I'm gonna be like, can you guys favor coffee to my house? Like, I don't have shit to do tomorrow. I don't have shit to do for the next, like, week or so, actually, because I had to cancel my debit card. Because my ex was using it to take fucking lifts and charged up, like, hundreds of dollars in Lyft rides on my card. So I had to cancel my card. And this was like a couple of days ago, and then there was a holiday, so I just today, and I just didn't have my shit together, so then I just today called to get my new card, and they were like, okay, cool, and so she was like, alright, it'll be there in like 2 to 3 weeks, and I was like, what do you mean? There's so much stuff that is only linked to my debit card, and I can't link a bank account directly to. I don't have other bank accounts. And on the phone, I literally was like, I guess I'll just put everything on my credit card for 2 to 3 weeks. And she was like, yeah, sorry. And I was like, cool. Hi. I have like $150 in Apple Cash because my ex paid me back. But yeah, anything that I can't directly pay out of a bank account with, I'm kind of fucked. And I don't know if I can use Ubers. I don't know if I can attach my bank account directly to Ubers, so I don't have a car. So, like, I can't really go anywhere now either. I can use the bus system, but also it's really fucking cold, and it's only within a few hours, like a certain hours. PayPal? Yeah, I could try by PayPal. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Either way, I got kind of fucked. Okay, so we didn't play dumb and leave you broke? No. No. This is the ex that cheated on me for like a year, and then like now a year later he is like getting his shit together, and now a year later he's like, I'm trying to be a good person, I'm trying to get my stuff figured out. Like, so whenever he paid me back, I was kind of shocked actually, and he was like, I'm really trying to be a better person. I was like, okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me my money back. Fuck. How far a walk is the light rail from you? I would have to take a bus. If I want to get to the trains here, I would have to take a bus. But it's alright. I'll figure it out. I think the thing I'm worried about is I'm worried about the card. Well, no, I can use Venmo to pay my rent, so it's not a big deal. Okay. Obviously the answer is to get a Segway, so true. Alright. Honey, what happened? Did you startle yourself? It's okay, nothing happened. You touched a keyboard a little bit. That's all that happened. It's okay. Can't you ask for a virtual card and link it to your phone? I don't know. I've been using my phone actually because the physical card that I was using, I've had it for like 7 years, so it was falling apart anyway. You know what? I should call them back tomorrow and ask if I can get a virtual card, because I explained the situation to the lady at the bank and she didn't offer me one. It's a credit union. They might have like less options. We'll see. Thank you though. I'll remember. I'll call tomorrow. Wait, is today Friday? No, thank God. Tomorrow's Friday. Okay, I'll call tomorrow and ask. Hi. Yeah, you wanna come sit with mommy? You wanna come sit with mommy? While we do research into the pedophile ring? Yeah. Cash App is great because I can move money from my bank into the Cash App instantly, and then even if I don't have a oh, you know what? I should attach my bank to my Cash App. I should do that because my Cash App is linked to my debit card. So I couldn't use, I haven't been able to use Cash App either. Okay. Enough about my bullshit. I kind of want to know who else this man is connected to. I want to know what he was doing when they were in correspondence. So this is 2016. Hi. On June 3rd, 2016, his Colony Capital announced an all-stock three-way merger with two North Star affiliates to form Colony North Star, which would have managed $58 billion in assets and carried a pro forma equity market capitalization of $7 billion and total capitalization of $17 billion. Management projected core FFO of $1.40 to $1.58 per share and targeted dividends of $1.08 per share for 2017. Blah, 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 fucking blah. What was he doing? So he was still... He was still at Colony Capital then. Hey, what's up, Beer Bash? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raiders. Hello? Yeah, yes. You did hear a meow. You did hear a meow. I guess the microphone really is working if you heard her from all the way down there. It's baby kitty. It's baby kitty. Ooh. Ooh. Mm-hmm. It's Miss Stinky herself. It's Miss Baby. Okay, come in. You can get down. You can get down if you want to. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so in 2016, he endorsed Donald Trump. I love that Shinigami eyes makes people red on Wikipedia too. That's very funny. He was a major fundraiser for Trump's campaign through the Rebuilding America Now Super PAC. Oh, he recommended that Trump hire Paul Manafort as his campaign manager. They met in the 70s when they were both working for the Saudis and living in Beirut. Holy fuck. In 2016, Barack began an email correspondence with one of his business partners, UAE Ambassador Yusuf Al-Otaiba, reassuring him that Trump had investments in the UAE. Hi, baby. On May 2016, Barack wrote to Otaiba to introduce Jared Kushner, and the two met later that month. On July 13th, Barack conveyed to Otaiba that Trump had removed from the Republican Party platform the plank calling for the release of the 28 pages of redacted information from the 9/11 Commission report. Bro. What the fuck, man? I love that everyone Epstein is connected to is, like, either really powerful or, like, the most evil man alive, or both. Holy fuck. Barack helped to set up a meeting between Trump and the Emir of Qatar in Trump Tower, although, as Kilpatrick noted, none of the investments brought in from the Gulf by his firm in the 2 years following that meeting came out of Qatar. After Trump became president, Barack continued to act as a middleman between him and Arab princes. So that puts through Epstein's connection with Barack, he is able to be in contact with, like, so many fucking people. I wonder if that email, okay, I want to look at the email where he's talking about the people from all over the world, the leaders, okay, right here. So he's talking about officials from Qatar and Dubai. Okay, that's 2014. So he already had connections to Qatar and the Middle East 2 years before we know for sure that he's emailing with Tom Barack. That would have been very interesting if we were able to connect him to Qatari princes and Qatari officials. If you see Tom Human's name anywhere, then put that under a fucking microscope. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. This is like one of the worst ones. Okay, so this is from 2011 to someone called the Duke. The subject is, feel free to pass this on to your press people. So there's the potential that the Duke is another press member, right? Because we've already seen that he's connected to all these members of the press. So he emails him March of 2011, and he says, "You okay? These stories are complete and utter fantasy. I don't know and have never met Al Gore. Clinton was never on the island. The telephone book is not mine. It was stolen by my houseman that is currently in prison for doing so." So I don't believe any of this at all, right? The book is not mine. So the book is not mine, but it was stolen by my houseman? So the book is not yours, but it was in your house for some reason. And somebody stole it, and then they went to jail, and you know that all this happened, but the book is not yours. I don't buy this for a second. Which means that I don't know. Sorry, I'm not familiar with this story at all. What's the source of these emails? Like, how do we know it's legit? So these emails were released by the House Oversight Committee yesterday. The House Oversight Committee got them from Epstein's estate because they subpoenaed Epstein's estate. I'm sorry, I've been doing this for 5 hours. The House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Epstein's estate for these emails. Yesterday, House Oversight Committee Democrats released 3 of these emails with some information redacted. In response to that, House Oversight Committee Republicans said that the Dems were taking things out of context and trying to make things seem bad to play politics, so they went ahead and all in one go released all 23,000 files. We know for a fact that it's legitimate because they were obtained from Epstein's estate via court order by our government and then released by our government. So what this email is trying to say is, this book is not mine. My houseman stole it, whited everything out, wrote all that information in, and then now he's in jail for it. Yeah. Which, like, okay, man. If that was the case, like, how would you even have the evidence? Like, there's just so much of this that, like, doesn't make sense. Did the House Republicans really think that these emails would make Trump look good? Did they even read them? I think that the point was chaos. So this is something I talked about at the beginning of the stream. I think all of this was released in one go to create as much drama and chaos as possible, and so that there would be a bunch of different fucking news stories about it, and so that then they could play in that chaos. Everyone has a short attention span. The news cycle is very short. I think it's a scorched earth tactic. So we don't know who the Duke is. I don't buy that he doesn't know Al Gore. I don't buy that Bill Clinton never went to the island. I would love to know who the Duke is. Now this one is really interesting because this one connects him to J.B. Pritzker. Now I don't know if Pritzker has said anything about this yet, but Tom Pritzker is J.B. Pritzker's cousin. So, if you guys don't know, J.B. Pritzker's a billionaire. He was a venture capitalist before he was the governor of Illinois. Prince Andrew, Duke of York. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, fuck. All right. Hold on. Maybe. Hold on. Let's think about this for a second. No. Okay, hold on. I get where you're going with that, but these stories are complete and utter fantasy. If it was Prince Andrew, he would know that they're not utter fantasy. It wouldn't make sense for Epstein to email him this. It would make sense for him to be like, the book isn't mine, right? Because if you were keeping all this dirt and these logs of a prince, and it was still, this is back in 2011, and you still want things to be kind of okay and kind of kosher, and the world hasn't come crashing down yet, and all this stuff hasn't been revealed yet, you would kind of not want him to know that you had been keeping these logs on him, right? That could be bad if an actual prince finds out that you're doing this to him, that you're keeping these records, that you're trying to play all these fucking games. You think of yourself as the puppet master, right? That makes sense if it was the Prince Andrew that he would tell him that. However, so the question is, why would you have to say to him, oh, I've never met Al Gore, oh, Clinton was never on the island, these stories are fantasy. So I get where you're going with that. It would kind of track, hey, Prince Andrew, don't freak out about that book in the news. Yeah, exactly, so that would track. But, like, why would you have to justify to Prince Andrew that you didn't know Al Gore or Clinton, right? And what stories are fantasy? Like the stories of children being abused? Why would you have to say that to him? He already knows children were abused. He did it with you. You know what I mean? Hey guys, we were really good for a few hours, and I know that we haven't had mommy's attention in a few hours, and I'm really sorry, but we can't be playing in front of the computer and jumping all over mommy's desk again, okay? I know, I'm sorry. But we get attention all day, every day. As proof that the book is made up, that they were the other people that the book was focused on. Ooh, I guess the stories, he might not be talking about child trafficking, right? He might be talking about like the fact that all this stuff is leaking. The stories about other people are made up. The stories that I have books and that I kept like track of people are made up. That's true. Let's see if anyone is talking about this. I don't even want to go to Google anymore. I just want to see if they're talking about it on here. How many of the files do you have downloaded? I don't have any of them downloaded. Someone sent me like 30 of them. And those are the ones that we're looking at right now. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's look at this date again. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is the day after this article came out. The article came out March 5th, 2011. This email was sent March 6th, 2011. That is the Duke of York. Holy shit. Okay. But that's not Prince Andrew. That's Prince Edward. Right? That's what she's saying. She could be wrong. Yeah, good eye. Good catch. What year was he first arrested? 2006. And then he was let out in 2008. Okay. And by 2017? Yeah, he might have been arrested again in 2017. Let's see. Epstein. Second arrest. No, his second arrest was 2019. Andrew is the Duke of York? Okay. Okay, so that lady was wrong. Got it. Weird, this article doesn't actually mention Andrew again. Oh wait, it's right here. No. It could not be confirmed last night whether the book contained contact details for the Duke. So that's the only time they mention him in the article. They just say they don't know. Okay. So they mention him like in the byline, and then they only mention him again to say they don't know whether he was in it or not. So then that would make perfect sense that then the next time he emails him, the very next day at, fucking 9 in the morning, are you okay? I don't have a book. This is insane. Okay, alright. So I just want to confirm real quick, just so for my own, let's see, Duke of York. Prince Andrew. Okay, that's it. It's Prince Andrew. Alright. Put him right here. Because again, he's a power player. Can I not make this a little bit bigger? Yes, I can. Okay. So we're going to put him right there. Alright. Nope, don't want that. Okay, so here we have Prince Andrew. That's fucking wild. I love this corkboard, thank you. Okay, you know what? I wish that I had a link. Can someone get me a link that's just like a raw dump of all of the emails? I know that I think the House Republicans posted the link on Twitter. I'll try to navigate it with you, because when I tried to open it before, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. Okay, so we have Tom Pritzker. Alright, we went way far back with this. Oh, nope. No, we did not. We actually went only one back. Okay, so he's now talking to Tom Pritzker here. My old work email has messages with his dad. Should I approach him for comment? Wait, whose dad? Pritzker's dad? Jeffrey Epstein's dad. Whose dad? Yeah, you should email anyone's dad. I don't know. Brother? Whose brother? Epstein's brother or Pritzker's brother? You should email anyone's brother too. I don't know. Any connection you have to someone's dad or brother, yeah, you should ask them for comment. I'm very curious to hear what someone's dad and or brother has to say. Prince Andrew's brother? Shut up. No, you don't. Your old work email has Prince Andrew's brother's information? Yeah, you should email him. That's crazy. You should just be like, what's up? How you doing? Okay, so February 9th at 2:48 p.m. February 9th, 2019. Tom Pritzker emails him and says, "News?" ? Honey, I can't have you right here. I know you want to hang out. Normally we're hanging out in bed right now. I know. It's late. It's late and Mommy's been on the computer for so long. But you gotta... Oh, I know. I'll come hang out with you in a little bit, I promise, okay? I just can't have you up here right now. You're too big, honey. Yo, what's up with your brother, dog? Your email is instantly blocked. I used to work at the Royal Warehouse. There were no children there? Okay, good. Honey. Baby, please. Mommy's trying to work. I know, I'm sorry. Hi. Okay. Come here. I know. Oh, I know. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. He's a good boy. Okay, Mommy's gonna close the door, alright? No. I'm sorry. Let's see how long that lasts until they start tearing my carpet up. I have a link to the Dropbox. Yes, I do. I know Scaramucci's address because of a job I had, which is the lamest one of those guys to have info on because he's only normal, greasy Italian American evil. So true. Okay. Okay, so Pritzker was named by Virginia Giuffre. So let's see what she said. Okay, so this is from a year ago. It says that Pritzker was named... He was named by Virginia Giuffre. But what does she say about him? Okay, she said that she was directly trafficked to him. Oh, hey, Winterfresh, I do want that Dropbox link, please. Whenever you're ready. JB Pritzker's office did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Okay. I wonder if Pritzker has ever said anything about this. Does anyone know if Pritzker, JB Pritzker? It's not showing up in the chat. Can you message me on one of my social medias? Social medias. I sound like a fucking boomer. Can you message me on like Twitter or Instagram or something? Do you have a Discord? Can somebody drop him the Discord, please? I'll be in the Discord. You can find me in there and you just message me directly. Okay. Did we put, yeah, we put Catherine on there. Okay. Just got here, not trying to derail, but what is the connection to Putin? So the connection to Putin is Epstein had correspondence with this guy, Thorbjørn Jagland, who was the former Norwegian Prime Minister. He was the current Secretary General of the Council of Europe, and he told him that he wanted him to contact Putin. And then this guy Sergei, fuck, sorry, this was hours ago. Yeah, so Jeffrey messaged him. You sent it to me on Twitter, thank you. Jeffrey messaged him and he says, hey, I think you, Jagland, should say to Putin that Putin should send Lavrov to me. And I can talk to Lavrov and I can explain to him how to get through to Donald Trump, how to talk to Donald Trump, how to get what you want out of Donald Trump. So he's trying, Epstein was working through the former Norwegian Prime Minister to kind of try and pull the strings with Russian, sorry. I'm very tired. Trying to use his connection with the Norwegian former Prime Minister to have influence over Russia, to have some sort of in with Russian politics and sway over the Russian government. Okay, so this is what JB's sorry. This is what JB is commented in 2019. Wouldn't say on Monday if his cousin should step down. Why don't more streamers use that bot? I've never seen it before. I'm not sure what bot you're talking about. Governor J.B. Pritzker was asked in Springfield on Monday if Thomas Pritzker should step down from the Pritzker organization because of the allegations. He said, first of all, I was unaware if Tom knew Jeffrey Epstein at all. And as you know, I do not. At this moment, I would just say that justice needs to be pursued here. There, of course, are some terrible things that were alleged here that Jeffrey Epstein seems to have done. And so I hope that the justice, this is a nothing statement. The YouTube comment bot. Oh, it's through a website called Restream. So it's not a bot. Some terrible things are alleged here that Jeffrey Epstein seems to have done, and so I hope that the justice system will pursue the allegations that are made to the fullest extent of the law and make sure the victims get the justice they deserve. So this is a nothing. He said nothing. This is a nothing statement. Okay. That sucks. Not surprising. Okay. Oh yeah, this one is good. So this is just Kathy Rumler and him making fun of Trump. You guys have probably, if you've seen any of these floating around, you've probably seen this one. So at on February 10th at 7 p.m., Kathy Rumler said, "Trump is so gross." Epstein said, "Worse in real life and up close." She goes, hard to imagine. He really does remind me of MacGyver, and I'm suffering PTSD. He says, if he's MacGyver, are you Marla Maples? She says, no, I ranked much lower. I don't know anything about fucking MacGyver, so this is just a bunch of Gen X nonsense to me. I don't know, I don't care. I don't know what this means. I've never seen the show. I am gonna check my Twitter, cause... Ew! Ew! I have to do this. There's like nothing, I can't click out of this to access my fucking messages on Twitter. Ew! Comparing Trump to MacGyver is an insult to MacGyver. Okay, I see. Are you in my requests, maybe? Oh, I don't think this one is you. Oh. 22. White. Loves hiking and football. Small dick. ... You will hang. You are next. September 10th, when I tweeted about Charlie Kirk. You need to get Charlie Kirked. Why are they so obsessed with Charlie Kirk? They're all like really, really, really obsessed with him. It's the whole thing from the press release website, so it's kind of chaotic. Okay. All right, we're gonna get access to the unredacted. That is not me. We're gonna get access to the unredacted. Okay, so do we want to go to text? Bro. Bro. Oh, come on. What even is this? Okay, so not that. Oh my god, there's so much of this. But that wasn't even what we wanted. Is all of this just gonna be like random text? This is the same one! Bro, there's no fucking way. How do we look at the actual... There's images? Yeah, where are the images? Oh no, okay. See, this is why when I looked at this earlier, I was like, fuck this. Fuck this. Okay. So when I went to images before, when I was looking at this on my own, thank you, Bizakor, I appreciate that. Thank you for the sub. And no, I know, but when I looked at the image folder initially before I started stream, it was like not, it wasn't pictures of the emails. See what I mean? This is a fucking book. Wait a minute, hold on. Is this the book that John Connolly wrote? This is the fucking... No. This is the book. This is the book that John Connolly and James Patterson wrote. Did they put images of every fucking page of this book? These pieces of shit. These are all redacted too. So some of this is redacted. These are like photocopied. This is insane. Okay, so more stuff that's redacted. More. What is this? Okay, this is like testimony or something. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my fucking God. That's not even all of the book. That was like 20 pages of the book. Did you guys see that? There's no way that was the whole book. Look at this. Oh, my computer can't catch up. Okay. Look at this. That's like 20 pages max. They just randomly threw that in there. Okay. I'll wait for my computer to catch up. None of these are the emails. This is bullshit. That's a graph. This is why journalists get paid. It was released redacted. Okay, I wanted to look at this stuff because I thought maybe it would be unredacted. But also, how am I supposed to search for stuff through this? How am I supposed to search for specific... I can't control F and look through this. It's not going to pull anything up. Oh my God, this is a fucking nightmare. We're still not at the point where it's pictures of emails. I honestly think there's value in you guys seeing this. Because this is what they released. Yeah, I'll make my intern look through all of this. So true. This is the shit that they released. And then they were like, what do you mean we're making things chaotic? What do you mean this is making things difficult? What are you talking about? It's just fucking nonsense. Everything's fine. Fucking graphs. Oh my God, dude. These people will not see heaven. This is crazy. Okay. Maybe I should go to school. Maybe I should go back to school. I should do journalism. Maybe I should not do journalism, actually. I don't know that I have the attention span or the meticulous desire to comb through things. We're still not to emails. We're almost to the bottom. Yes, these are the Epstein files that they released. I just want you guys to see how fucking disorganized and chaotic this is. This is what the House Republicans released. And they're like, what? We don't get it. What do you mean we're making things hard? What do you mean we're trying to disorient people? What are you talking about? Look in folder 4. Okay. So we're going to get out of this folder completely. Which means we got to go back to the top. Oh, I forgot that I clicked on that one page, so. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. This is going to make me go through everything that I clicked on. And my computer is so slow. This is going to take fucking forever. Okay. They legit didn't even see it. They just took photos of some pages of the book. And this is crazy. How is Dropbox not built in such a way where I can click the previous section and just go back? This seems like a major design flaw. Oh my god, dude. How do we get back? I'm just gonna re-click the link you sent me because this is actually fucking absurd. This is like actually unacceptable design from Dropbox. Okay, we're gonna try this again. That was giving me anxiety. Okay, now we're going to folder 4. This is ridiculous. This is just like... This is an image of the front cover of a newspaper. And the reason they included it was because there's a brief mention of Epstein in the front. They hate you and want you to die. They don't want you to be able to sort through this at all. What is this? These people are evil. Yeah. I don't know how anyone got to these emails already, but I'm just going to go back to what I have for now. I'm not going to do it tonight because it's already 11 o'clock here. Can we just go back to the email between Epstein and Pritzker? Yeah. I'm going to go back to the emails that I have because this is fucking ridiculous. That is absolutely unacceptable that that's what the GOP put out for people to look through so that Americans can really know the truth. No wonder nobody fucking knows. No wonder nobody on their side fucking knows because they took one look at that and they said absolutely not. Good Lord. All right. So I'm not going to do it tonight because, like I said, it's already 11 o'clock here. It's 11:12. But maybe tomorrow I'll look through there and I'll try and see if there's stuff included in here that my source did not highlight for me. Good God. Okay, so this one is kind of funny, but also kind of important. So this is back with the publicist. Fair enough, my bad, trusting the Dropbox from a .gov domain would be decent. No. You are an angel for giving me that. Also, I asked for it. You did nothing wrong, and you said multiple times that you knew it was chaotic. You did absolutely nothing wrong. We knew it was going to be chaotic. Oh, anyway. Oh, hi, Alec. I didn't realize you were here. Alec Gunter is here. Hi, hello. And then it looks like some people are here from him. I didn't know that he made a post, but hi, hello, guys. Okay, so, I'm in the wait for someone who's being paid to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to I want to know what's going on. I'm pissed off and I want to know what's going on. So this is Peggy Segal. If you're just getting here, we talked about her earlier. She is a PR person. She's a publicist. And earlier, he was talking with her about smearing Virginia Giuffre and talking about how she can be made to be out to be a liar. He shouted you out in his Discord. Thank you, Alec. Appreciate that. So this one's kind of funny, kind of important, because she emails him. This is back in 2011. God, I wish this shit was in chronological order, too. I got way too much free time. I might pick through it. Okay, that would be cool. She says, First of all, we're breaking the fourth wall a little bit. If you rewrite your last email in better grammar, and so I have a better understanding, I can cut and paste and send it to Ariana Huffington from me. That's so fucking funny. She said, you write like a moron. I want to send it to actual press members, but you write like an idiot. Also, I don't know what you're trying to fucking say. But let's look up who Ariana Huffington is. Because the implication here, fuck you people for putting these stupid fucking documents in. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ariana Huffington is the founder and CEO of Thrive Global, the founder of the Huffington Post, and the author of 15 books. So let's make sure that we're very clear on what's being said here. We're going to put this lady, Peggy Segal, we're going to put her on our corkboard because she, the publicist, gaining him access. She helping him control the narrative and gaining access to outlets. So through her, we then have direct access to Ariana Huffington. Direct access to the owner of the Huffington Post. This man is everywhere. His fingers are in everything. He knows everybody. Everyone owes him a favor. He has something on everybody. This is fucking crazy. Okay. Yeah, we're making if you've just gotten here recently, we've been making a cork board with red strings. We're Pepe Silvaing Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't Huffington Post known for having a liberal slant in its publishing? I've never seen them post anything positive about Trump. That's correct. They do have a liberal slant. Now, keep in mind, this was 14 years ago. This is in 2011. This was 14 years ago that this email was sent out. So I don't necessarily put it out of, I am going to need a bigger corkboard. That's true. I don't put it out of the realm of possibility that they could have gotten some softball stories pitched, If you rewrite your last email in better grammar, I can cut and paste and send it to Ariana Huffington from me. I mean, either way, she doesn't know that they're going to write a good story about him. But what she's doing is saying, I have the opportunity to get whatever it is that you want to say to Ariana Huffington, right? So no matter what, it's giving him some degree of spin and control over what narratives are being said about him. Because if they publish what he says, I mean, that's really powerful. Giving him that opportunity is crazy, right? In the 90s, Huffington was a prominent conservative commenter, but she flipped. I did not know that. I mean, either way, this is an incredible amount of, power and control being given to him about the stories being spun about him. Think about how many people just get dragged and smeared by the media and don't ever get a chance to give their side of the story to the owner of the newspaper, right? No matter what, this is good for him. So she goes on to tell him this, that she's going to pass it along. She's super rich since she sold HuffPo to AOL. Yeah, I fucking bet. So then she goes on. It's crazy because we've seen, you know, like how the sausage is made, but then she goes on to say, did you know why Prince Albert's Charlene fled to the airport with a one-way ticket back to South Africa? Because she found out about a third illegitimate child that is 3 months old. The palace officials followed her to the airport and probably made her an offer she could not refuse. We'll get details from Jim Coleman when he comes home Sunday night. He has drama and tea on everybody, and all of these people are just gossiping with each other 24/7, constantly. Do you want just emails or letters, testimonies? I'm interested in email correspondence. Winterfresh. I don't know if you're... I mean, if you find letters or testimonies that you think are, like, particularly relevant, but what I'm interested here is, like, proof, right? Because the thing with emails is that we can look at them and we go, okay, this person for sure said this. This person was for sure in correspondence with him. If, like, letters serve that same purpose, then I'm interested in those. The thing about testimonies is it's just someone saying something after the fact, you know? I want to be able to, like, look at stuff, like, concretely look at stuff. Paul Revere, Sluggage, you're awesome. Thank you for the streams. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so that's who these people are. Epstein is the person right-wingers believe George Soros is connected to everyone pulling strings and making deals? Yes. Yeah. Hey, what site are you reading these emails on? So the emails that I'm reading now are emails that I have downloaded from Instagram and put on my computer. I have a guy, well, I've got a couple of guys. I have a couple of guys online that send me stuff. Like, I've got a guy that sends me stuff about foreign policy, and then I go and I look up what he says and I confirm that it's correct, and he basically tells me what insider people are saying because he works for the Defense Department. So I've got a guy who does that, and then I've also got a guy who digs through, like, weird forums and stuff, and he's got people that'll do, like, really deep dive reading into when stuff like this happens. So he sent me a whole bunch of the emails that he found to be particularly interesting with, like, annotations and stuff. So that's what we're reading right now. My deep dive guy sent me these. It's good. It's good to be a... What do they call me on Twitter? They call me a gun bunny, because the gun bunny is a derogatory term for a woman who doesn't actually, like, have guns or know how to shoot or anything, but she's just sexy, so she tries to, like, she pretends that she knows about guns by, like, flexing how sexy she is. It's good to be a politics bunny, okay? I don't actually know anything. I just have G cups, and so men who do know about politics send me information in the DMs, my reply guys. I should not joke about this, because some of my some incels who are hate watching are just going to start saying that online. I'm joking. Nobody tells me what to say, they just give me materials. Okay, I'm off to the mines. Thank you for your service. Sorry, I'm, like, the least useful of your reply guys. That's okay. That's okay. Every reply guy has his part, okay? Every reply guy has his role. Some of you are just for moral support, okay? Think about how many people are horrible and nasty to me online all the time. I need my moral support, reply guys. So this is about the, I'm 75% for trolling. Yeah, you just troll. Okay, so this email where she's talking shit about the Prince Albert and Charlene, this is the Prince of Monaco. Prince Albert of Monaco and his wife Charlene. Princess Charlene. So what she's saying, she's gossiping, and she's saying that she was fleeing Monaco with a one-way ticket to go back to South Africa because she found out that homeboy here, Prince Albert, had a third illegitimate child behind her back. Palace officials followed her to the airport and probably made her an offer she could not refuse. We'll get details from Jim Coleman when he comes home Sunday night. Just crazy levels of gossiping. Stuff that we should never fucking know about these people. Now the entire world knows she's tried to leave his ass multiple times. He's got a third illegitimate child. That was in 2011. This article that I'm reading, you guys, is 10 years later. This is from 2021. So she's eager to return home and hopes that she can once again reunite with her family, this time in Monaco, sooner than expected. She was once again in South Africa. The 63-year-old sovereign, the prince, provided a medical update and fired back at media reports that suggest marriage troubles, not medical issues, have kept their family apart. The princess has been grounded in South Africa since mid-May due to a series of medical procedures intended to correct a previous ENT surgery. Sure. That's crazy. We shouldn't know this about these people. I know, guys, I'm sorry. And some fun gossip. Can you hear that? Can you guys hear that? Probably not. Hold on. I knew it was going to be a problem if I closed the door. Hi. Was there a room you couldn't go into? Was there a door that was closed? Yeah. Oh, we couldn't find Mommy and a door was closed? Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's such a good boy. Ooh, that's a good purr. That's such a loud purr. Ooh. That's a burrito. You don't want a burrito. I only hear the cries of the oppressed. Yeah. I'm old enough to remember when Merrick said this was going to be a quick stream. Yeah, 6 years ago. 6 years ago when I said that this was going to be... Wait, stop. Really? Girl Friday on Tuesday says he has a black love child. Albert is Prince Grace's son. No. Hold on. Oh, hi. Hello. Hi, okay. Yeah. I wish you guys could hear this purring. She was the one who was killed in the car accident in Monaco, right? Yeah, Grace Kelly. Okay. He's Grace Kelly's son? So fucked up that the people ruling, the people ruling Monaco are all a shade not much different than me. Hi. So, I don't know if you guys know this, but Grace Kelly is considered to be like in recent memory, like one of the most beautiful women in the world. She was a massive starlet, and she died in her 30s. Oh, no, her 50s, I'm so sorry. She was an American starlet who died in a car accident in Monaco after becoming the Princess of Monaco. Why can I see her spouse, her father, her mother, but not her child on here, who is now the Prince of Monaco? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Now I hear the purrs of the oppressed. Okay, so he is her, yeah, this is her son. Wait, Prince Albert. We're just doing royalty gossip now. Mommy needs a break. I'm really sorry, but we're gonna spend the next 5 minutes looking up the Prince Albert of Monaco's black out of wedlock son, because we're on hour 6 of the Epstein deep dive, and I need a 5-minute break. For my mental and emotional well-being, I need a 5-minute break, okay? Okay, alright, we're just gonna do some royalty gossip for 5 minutes. Yes, this is the equivalent of a scream break. Oh yeah, okay. So we did know about his 2 illegitimate children. Illegitimate. So he has 2 kids, Prince Jacques and Princess Gabriella, with his wife. But he has another daughter, Jasmine Grace Grimaldi, whose mother is American. And then he has his son, Alexander Grimaldi Coste, who is of black and European descent. His mother, Nicole Coste, is a flight attendant from Togo. Okay. Nice. Ooh. Why is she not the princess? Man, I wish that a prince was my child's father. Some people have all the fucking luck. Princess Caroline and Princess Stephanie are her daughters. The love child inherited Princess Grace's looks. Good-looking kid. So the emails are from 2011. He married his wife in 2011. Yeah. But if he married her, then that means he was with her. It means he was with her for a while. Wait a minute. How old is he? Look at him. Okay. He's got style. So he's 22. So he was born in 2003. This is the other child. She was born in 2006. So there is a third child. No, that's like his nephew or something. Hi, honey. That was a really gross sound you made, baby. What's that about? Please don't do that. That's a burrito, honey. Hold on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. When you look it up, the first thing is net worth, and the second thing is illegitimate child. No. Hell yeah. Ooh. It's only saying he's got 2. There's allegedly a 4th. Why do you guys know so much about this? Why are there multiple people? Why are there multiple people in my chat that know so much information about the illegitimate children of Prince Albert II of Monaco? What is happening right now, guys? Why do we have... Oh, you're reading his wiki. Okay. It's like... Why do we have Prince Monaco sex history experts in the chat? Oh, Christ. Okay. Is anybody gonna be mad at me if... Is anybody gonna be mad at me if I need to go to sleep? It's 11:30. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 10 more to go. I just assume a third of the world is the illegitimate child of a handful of sex pest royalty. Yeah. We could still watch Hassan. Is Hassan streaming? Oh, he's in is he not in China? He might still be awake, yeah. This is the longest I've streamed in so fucking long. I've been doing good lately. I've been doing like 3 hours. I think. Yeah, he's in China still. I think 6 hours is a little too much for me right now. I don't want to burn out and then not want to stream again for like days at a time. We went over our goal. Yeah, we did 26. I can just see it in my eyes, hear it in my voice. I'm cooked, chat. I'm done though. Okay, let's send you guys over to... Thank you for hanging out for this long. That's crazy. You've streamed more this month than the... Wait, really? You've streamed more this month than in the previous 2 years? Is that true? Or wait, are you just fucking with me? Because it's been a lot? Or is that actually true? Probably, okay. Okay. I'm gonna send you over to Riverboat. Hassan does not need our help. And he's just doing China shit in China.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button.
It looks like she's talking about political stuff. Okay, I love you guys so much. I have to go lay down. Okay, guys. I haven't actually done the math. Okay, you're just talking about me. Everybody get in the raid, please. Please, 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 please. Is that everybody? Yeah? Okay. Good night.
Shit. Shall we? Also, just as a